Good afternoon. I'm Michael Rahal, International Master, and I'm joined here in the studios of Chessbase by International Master, Grandmaster-elect Daniel Fernandez. How are you, Daniel?
I'm good. Good afternoon.
And thanks to all of you for tuning in to watch the fourth round of the 104th British Championship in Llandudno in Wales. Daniel and myself are here in the studios of Chessbase in Germany, in Hamburg, and we're going to provide the commentary and in-depth analysis for all the games this afternoon. So, we're still waiting for the games to come through. I'm sure they'll come through at any moment now. The PGN is being produced from the venue. But while we're waiting for the games to come through, we can go over the pairings, see what's waiting for us this afternoon in Wales. Daniel, what do you think of the pairings this afternoon?
So on 3 points, we have two Grandmaster clashes. All Grandmaster games. Chris Ward, best-selling author, against David Howell, who is probably the tournament favourite. And also Gawain Jones against Gormally. Now, both of those players on second board played great attacking games yesterday. So wouldn't be too much to expect that they play another tactical game today.
Okay.
That'll be one of the ones we're following quite closely.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in principle both Howell and Jones are pre-game favourites in these clashes?
Yes, very much so. I think both of them would be disappointed if they don't win.
So in the first board, Chris Ward has a rating of 24.41. He is a Grandmaster, so he's probably peaked at 25 something, but now his rating is lower. Of course, in the later years, he's been teaching more, and also he's an author of many, many interesting books. But do you think with White he can give Howell a good game, especially if he gets a type of position which is familiar to him?
Yes. Well, he needs a position with, in my opinion, quite a lot of tension. So his main opening that he's well known for is the Dragon with black.
Okay. Today he's playing with White.
Today
what do you
he's playing
expect
with
there?
White.
Any ideas on what could happen on the
I'm
board?
expecting d4. I had a unpleasant experience on the black side of a Queen's Gambit declined against him.
Okay.
Also in the British Championships 2014.
Okay.
So possibly in that case a Grunfeld.
Grunfeld could be a possibility if Howell decides to play.
Howell is quite well known to play the Grunfeld.
Grunfeld against d4. Of course, Howell, the first three games, he's won them rather convincingly, although we have to remember the first day he did take quite long to win the game with White. That was him, no, on the first day, those 100 and something moves.
Yeah, that wasn't the most convincing display I've seen from a first round top seed with White.
It was tough, but he did it in the end, which was the objective. And both the second round and the third round, I did like his play.
Yes.
It seemed to me quite convincing, especially yesterday. He played quite a decent game.
Yesterday he played a good game, a game that was difficult for us to understand in the studio, so presumably for his opponents as well.
Okay. Then the second board, also with 3 points, we have Gawain Jones, who is number 2 pre-ranked favourite. And he's currently rated 2660. It's a huge rating, so obviously he's an excellent, very strong player. And he's playing with White against Daniel Gormally, who viewers might recall that yesterday he played a very interesting game with White, with those two bishops on c4 and b2, and the pass pawn on d7. That was quite convincing. What do you think he can do today against Gawain with black?
So last year in the British Championships, if I recall correctly, Gormally played some excellent chess and was only let down latterly, maybe by his nerves. And he held David Howell for a long time with black and even had a chance to win at the end, but only drew. Okay. So if he plays holding chess against Gawain Jones, it's quite likely that he can make his opponent make a mistake.
Okay. Also, obviously, we have to consider Jones as the favourite for this game, both by his 200 rating points more than Daniel, but also because he's playing with White.
Yeah.
So this is really quite an important game for Jones here, because if he is able to play a good game and achieve a win, there may be some possibilities that he might be the only player on 4 points, depending on how the first board goes.
That's a strong possibility.
So it's quite an important game for him.
Gawain will be trying to blow his opponent off the board, really, despite the fact that his opponent is probably a mainly tactical player.
Okay. Daniel is also Grandmaster, and although his rating is 2462, at some point he must have gone over 2500. Do you recall him having much more than 2500 at some point?
I, in fact, know his peak rating. It was 2570.
Wow, that is really high.
So
we were talking about the floor this morning. He's now on 2462. Do you think he's at his floor?
He's probably some way below his real rating in terms of his understanding of the game.
Okay, so he should have a few more rating points. Maybe 2500 would be...
2500 would be fair.
Would be fair. Okay, that's all the players with 3 points. 4 of them. But, of course, with 9 rounds and 100 players, it's everyone's game at this moment. No clear favourite can say after 3 rounds that he's going to win the tournament. We have quite a few matchups with 2.5. Let's start off with the first matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a player that we haven't talked about much, possibly because her games, I understand it's a woman, Ketevan,
Yes.
a woman Grandmaster. Well, actually, she may be a woman Grandmaster, but she does have the Grandmaster title next to her. So is she a main Grandmaster or only a woman Grandmaster?
She's a full Grandmaster.
A full Grandmaster.
She, I think, used to play for Georgia, is now Scottish.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. But that means her rating is far below the 2500 mark that she would have needed to become a Grandmaster. She's now 2364.
I'm actually not sure what the story is there.
Okay. So, Ketevan Arakamia Grant is playing with white pieces against Luke Machine. Now, obviously, Luke is outrating her by 300 points, but he is playing the black pieces. Do you know Ketevan? Have you played with her before?
No, but she does seem to do better against much stronger players.
Okay.
That's her reputation in the foreign CL.
So, the type of player that sometimes struggles to beat lower-rated players, but displays a good level of play when facing a tough opponent. That would be her.
Yes.
All right, okay.
So I would expect that maybe even to be a tighter game than the top board.
Okay.
It's still an all-GM clash.
Of course. 2 Grandmasters played together, anything can happen. And now we go onto the lower boards where we have your friend Joseph McPhillips.
Yes.
He's playing with white against Jonathan Hopkins. And we have to remember that yesterday he played a very good game against Luke Machine with black.
Yes.
So he seems to be in good form.
That was an excellent holding game. He had some tactics that went his way as well.
Okay, it seems that the
Especially at
games
the
have
end.
started.
We have a feed on Chess24 now.
We're going to see if we can get the feed here on our list. See if the games come through somehow. Let's see. This is the actual feed, and
How do we refresh?
for the moment
Oh,
they're not coming
here.
in.
Do we refresh here maybe?
We can refresh here just in case. It's always a good idea. Okay. And let's change here and go back. Round 3. We're still in round 3 here. I don't think... We can refresh here as well. Okay. So, for the moment, although we are getting the moves on Chess24, we're not receiving the feed for our program, so we'll keep waiting, and hopefully the moves will come in at some point.
Hopefully.
Let's carry on with the pairings of 2.5. James Adair, 2481, is playing with white pieces against David Zagarian, who has a flag which is not the British flag. Do you recognise this flag?
He's Armenian.
Armenia. Okay. Living in Britain, possibly?
I think living in Britain right now.
Okay. Have you played against him in any games?
No, I've never played him.
Okay.
So this game rings some bells because 2481, if I recall correctly, was the exact rating Yang Fan had against David Zakarian when they played in the match between Oxford and Cambridge.
Okay.
And that went well for David Zakarian.
Okay. So, an interesting data by rating now. He is playing black today.
Yes.
Adair was playing a very good game yesterday until he missed, in principle, that G6 pawn breakthrough.
He allowed some counterplay.
That did give White some counterplay. Then we have a good game, interesting game between John Merriman and Hebden. And it looks like the game's coming through right now. There you go. Yep. So, in a few minutes, we'll have the games on screen. And we can start analysing them in detail. Of course, other favourites for the event, such as Peter Wells, are now on 2 points out of 3 after suffering losses yesterday. And other chess favourites for a lot of you who follow the players on their YouTube channels or on Chess24 or on Chessbase. Players such as Simon Williams, Ginger GM, not having the best of tournaments after losing yesterday. He's on 1.5 out of 3. And Lawrence Trent, another favourite of a lot of you chess fans. He's not doing very well in this tournament.
No.
He's lost 2 games already. And I'm sure he needs a couple of clear wins to recover a bit of confidence and maybe challenge some of the better players in the later rounds of the tournament. We have to remember that this tournament used to be 11 rounds, which obviously gives more options to recover from a couple of losses in the beginning of the tournament. Now it's only 9 rounds, and generally speaking, when you lose 2 games in the early stages of a tournament, it's very difficult to challenge the top players for the win in the tournament. So,
just before we move on to the actual games, below Lawrence Trent, in the pairings, there's Ravi Harrier. Very interesting player.
24-17.
He'll get his IM title soon. It's just being approved.
Okay.
But what he's done is he's flown in from Denmark.
Okay.
He's missed the first 2 rounds.
Ah, that's interesting.
And he's definitely someone to watch.
Let's check this. That is correct. He wasn't paired in the first 2 rounds.
Because he was in Denmark in the
So he started
Cup.
In the
Extracon it is now.
So he started with 0 out of 2. And the first game was yesterday. He played against Elliot Cox of Chesmel Ford and won. So he's on 1 out of 3. But we have to say that not having suffered 2 losses, but just 2 unpaired games. Yes. So his rating would be 1 out of 1. Okay. So Daniel, should we check the first 2 games and go for the Gormley game? Very good.
May not have selected the right 10, but we have the Gormley game. So Gawain Jones' new tradition seems to be the English. We have a mainline English. Gormley's not going for anything massively interesting. G3, knight c6, bishop g2, bishop c5. Also playable is bishop b4. O'Malley's just looking to play d6, a6, bishop a7 type things. And indeed that's what's happened. a3, castles, and he may have the option to go back to a7 immediately, but he chooses to exchange on d4 and play bishop a7. So the threat is bishop g4. Black wants to play bishop g4 here. And that would attack the d4 pawn. So white lacks a move that defends the d4 pawn. Say if bishop e3, then knight goes to g4 is a big problem. So white plays h3 just to cut out the g4 square for either knight or bishop. And that's where we're at now.
That seems very sensible.
Very sensible.
Okay. And white would normally play here bishop e3, possibly later on developing his queen to d2 or even possibly c2, possibly d2.
Yeah.
Connect the rooks and hopefully claim a small space advantage.
So white has fluent play. He goes bishop e3, as you say, queen d2. After queen d2, he may think about d5, or he may not. In response, I think black can consider, at some moments, maybe playing d5 himself. Okay.
Of course, this came from in English, but these positions are reminiscent of the Alekhine defence, where ideas such as d5 with black are quite typical. Albeit the bishop is normally on e7, not on a7.
Yeah, the minor pieces switch a bit. It's knight on b6 and bishop on f6 rather than...
Exactly. Okay, so in principle, a solid game. Were you expecting this from these two players?
No, if I'm honest, I was expecting Gawain to try and win quickly. I was expecting e4 as his main choice, and then I was expecting some kind of anti-Sicilian.
Okay, a Grand Prix attack. He's written some.
He's
some
done
books
some
on that.
series, I think,
Yeah,
on the Grand Prix attack. He's also good at the Rossolimo.
Okay.
Well, he's good at everything, but
Well, he's a world-class player. Maybe he's considering that this might be the type of a position more appropriate against the style of play that Daniel is demonstrating in this tournament. Who knows?
Maybe that's right.
We never know. In any case, a normal position. Possibly white is slightly better, but probably not more than that. Let's go on to the next game. And we pick up the action on board number 2, where Gawain Jones is... Sorry, this was board number 2.
This was board number 2.
We're going to go back to the first board then,
Yes.
where Chris Ward, in principle, if you can pick it up.
So we need to remove one of these first.
You have it duplicated, the Jones game. So you need to remove the Jones game, one of the two,
Yeah.
and try and pick up the game between... there you go, Chris Ward and David Howell.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay.
So we have Ward Howell, another GM clash, looks like a Nimzo.
Okay, let's bring it up to the main board. There you go. So, on board number 1, Chris Ward, 24-41, playing with white against David Howell. And we're going to try something a bit different today. We were discussing it this morning. We're going to try to do the first 10 boards at least, and do a small or a quick overview of each of the openings, so as to get to the first break about 5 o'clock with at least most of the games having been overviewed, instead of jumping between 2 or 3 games, trying to get an overview of all the main games in the tournament.
Yes.
And then in the second section, we'll concentrate mainly on those games which either we consider to be more attractive or suggestions by the audience.
Yeah.
Okay, so what have we got here then?
So we have Nimzo Indian defence from David Howell, not the Grunfeld that I was expecting, which is interesting. The bishop b4, knight f3, b6, bishop g5. Not being fantastic at theory after d4, I expect the standard move to be castles for black.
Maybe bishop b7 first,
Bishop b7,
although it doesn't seem to be a big difference.
or
no?
h6. h6 makes sense
Or
as well.
h6. You can probably do any. This is a sort of mixture between the Leningrad system and the Rubinstein Kasparov system with knight f3. But Leningrad is not normally played with b6, so it's a small twist in the. I think one of the main moves is h6, and if bishop h4, then g5 and knight e4.
Okay.
That's a very complex system. We could play it out because that could be possible.
So h6,
Bishop
bishop
h4,
h4,
g5,
g5, bishop g3,
Knight e4,
knight
queen
e4.
c2, bishop b7, e3, f5. I think it's something like bishop d3, bishop takes c3 check, and now d6. And I know at some point white goes d5 here, and black plays knight d7 and knight c5, sacrificing the e6 pawn.
Okay, or the e4 pawn.
Or the e4 pawn.
Yeah.
And I know that's theory, but it's quite complex, and this was a favourite of Kasparov. But Kasparov sometimes was playing knight d2 in these positions a few moves before sacrificing the c3 pawn,
Okay.
which was another idea in the variation.
So without queen c2 then?
Without queen c2. I think it's exactly here.
Exactly here, knight
Exactly.
d2.
But again, very complex play, and
Yeah.
something that both players need to understand perfectly. But Chris Ward, if I'm not remembering incorrectly, has written a book on the Nimzo for every man. I do have it in chess-based format.
Yes.
And specifically he was discussing mainly the lines with b6. So he must be very familiar with these positions.
But also, you have to look at David Howell's time management here. Now, this is it. This sounds like a ridiculous point, but he's not taken any 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute thinks.
Strange, because yesterday he was doing that.
Yeah. So this means he has more specific preparation.
Mm-hmm. Actually, it's Chris Ward who took 3 minutes to decide on knight f3.
Yes.
Okay. Does that suggest anything?
Well, it suggests that, like me, he would have expected a Grunfeld from Howell.
Okay. So when he gets to bishop b4, he has to think a bit which line is he going to choose for this specific game?
Yes.
Okay, bishop g5.
Bishop g5. And obviously no further moves have been played. We've suggested some normal candidates. What black should not do is play d5 in this position, as he would lose a bishop to queen a4 check.
That would be one of those big blunders and very embarrassing.
Yeah.
Actually, could he play knight c6 here and trap the queen, or is that out of the question?
So just as a complete fantasy variation, we go knight c6.
I would prefer not to hang the bishop anyway, but funnily enough, there might be a perpetual here.
No, the queen will get out. You take on d5 first.
Intermezzo.
And now this.
Okay.
Bishop takes f6. G takes f6
pawn.
forced, and now queen gets out.
So tricky, but obviously it would be a big blunder to play.
It would be massive, yeah.
b6. But Karpov lost a piece in a similar fashion against Christiansen a few years ago.
Did he?
Yes, so it's not the first nor the last time a grandmaster will drop a piece on b4 against a Czech. I think there was a knight e5 somewhere in the middle as well. But
okay. So it wasn't a straightforward blunder to a fork.
Can't remember perfectly, but I could look it up afterwards. But
yeah.
I'm sure someone in the audience will quickly post that game between Karpov and Christiansen, because we have very knowledgeable followers on our chats who
have
as soon as they say something, 10 seconds passes and the game's up there. Okay, so
yeah.
Obviously bishop b7 is an option, castle is an option, but h6 will be the main line. And actually, Howell has been taking 9 minutes already.
So this is his thing.
To decide what to do.
Because he has to get below half an hour every game, otherwise he can't play.
Okay, so let's check on the third board then. Let's see how things are going on board number 3, where we have precisely Ketavan Arakamia Grant with white against Luke McShane. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, let's pass through the moves.
Okay, so Luke has invited a Berlin system.
Okay.
In a gesture of respect, presumably, to his opponent. His opponent has decided that she doesn't want a Berlin.
Okay, let's show the viewers
the
main line.
Berlin endgame goes castle, knight takes e4, d4, knight d6, and now bishop takes c6, although there is also a line d takes e5. So after bishop takes c6, black goes d takes, and now the queens come off, like so.
This has been played.
So this was the famous opening that won Kramnik his match against
Kasparov in 2000 in London, precisely.
Yes.
This has been played thousands of times since, and
moves like knight c3, rook e1, h3,
b1, h3.
Yeah.
General consensus is that black is holding in this endgame, but every now and again we still see it in top play. But many players decide not to go into this ending and play d3 instead.
There is some quite heavy theory here, obviously, because of the World Championship match, and my impression has been that white is actually doing quite well.
Recently, he's doing well.
But perhaps white player was more after an attacking game rather than an ending, where she could have been outplayed or have to demonstrate some theoretical knowledge that she may not have studied recently.
Okay. So
we got d3 instead.
I use a funny line sometimes. I sometimes play castle instead of d3.
Mm-hmm.
And when my opponent goes knight e4, I go d4.
d4.
And here against knight d6, I go d takes e5.
D takes e5, the gambit.
You know this one? It's a funny one.
So we go knight takes b5.
After a surprise faced by my opponent nearly always.
Yes.
Because they think, what's happening here?
He's blundered a piece.
But when they go a4, sometimes they realise. Not all of them do that, but some of them do that. Okay, I take on d4. And now the most knowledgeable players capture on d4 and go d5. Now I normally take en passant.
And then there's a repetition.
And if he's a 2800 grandmaster, I normally think, okay, a draw is good. And I repeat. And if not, I do have some other sneaky ideas, but there's no advantage to be proven. But black has to know what he's doing.
Okay.
And sometimes this is not the case, and it works out well for me.
Okay, that surprises me because I'd expect black to be the one with the long-term chances with the bishop pair.
There's some small
Some
things.
wrinkles.
I can't say them here. Now, obviously, Queen E4 check is a more or less forced draw.
Well-known grandmaster draw is just
Queen
to
D4.
repeat moves
Exactly.
like so.
I seem to remember that after Queen D6, one of the wrinkles was playing Rook E1 check.
Rook E1 check.
And then
Bishop
moving
E6.
the queen somewhere. I think I remember it was queen to C3.
Queen C3.
Yes, and then trying to swing the queen to
And then after
F3 at some point.
long castling, knight A3 maybe.
I can't remember. I'd have to check this up.
Mm-hmm.
But as you say, the long-term, it's better for black in the end with these two bishops.
Yeah.
But I can't seem to remember. Maybe it was Queen E4 check and then Queen F3 instead of...
Ah, yes, okay.
That could be the move. And Queen F3, trying to hinder the bishop on C8 a while.
That makes sense.
Enough time to play Bishop F4, maybe with tempo, or maybe Knight C3, something like this. It's playable. But
I can see this being dangerous.
Here you
Maybe
really need your opponent to be lacking on theory.
I'm lacking on theory.
Well, but you found Knight D4 very fast, so you obviously knew
No,
this.
but I knew that move.
Okay.
I knew the draw.
Okay.
I imagine if we want to continue playing for a draw, we can play Queen G4.
But I think that this was not so good. Let's see, Rook E1 check.
E1 check, Bishop E7.
I have to think here, but there may be some ideas now. Where to put the queen? Maybe on C3? Would that be
That could be annoying.
dangerous? Could be annoying. Anyway, we're deviating. But in all variations, there's always these small ideas, small gambits, small things that might not be enough to really prove an advantage at a grandmaster level, but at club level, these are moves that can easily put you on the winning streak if your opponent doesn't know how to defend.
Yes.
Okay, so
We imagine Luke McShane would have known this, or known about this line at least, had white gone short castles. So it was 4d3, bishop c5, white castled, and black chose knight d4. Another move would be d6. He went knight d4. And we actually get a game that's not dissimilar in character to Gormali against Gawain Jones.
Mm-hmm.
So black could also castle and look to put the bishop back on a7 when it's threatened with knight c4. Or alternatively, he could play just with short castles and say here d6. And give up the bishop pair but have a very solid position.
Okay.
He's chosen to keep the bishop pair at the cost of some coordination. It doesn't look hugely coordinated for black. The bishop will be coming back to c7. He'll be playing d5. It's an equalish position. He has chosen to play with d5 rather than d6, though, with the way he's set up the pieces, I think.
Okay.
So, what do you think might happen? Queen e2?
Yeah,
Some
maybe
move like
Queen
that.
E2.
Bishop c7. Bishop
Okay.
c7 might have been necessary because after d5, e takes d5.
Mm-hmm.
And the e5 pawn is under threat.
Okay. I'm a bit worried about the knight on c4. Because, how can you get it back into the game?
The knight on is not going to c4 right now.
Sorry, the
because
knight
of a
on
pawn
a3.
fork.
Is he going to play knight c2, is it knight e3, or maybe bishop b3 and knight c4, e3?
That could be an issue, actually. Maybe.
The thing is, there's a variation in the Ruy Lopez where against the bishop on b6, knight a3, c4 is a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure if this is the correct position. However, Ketavan seems to be playing quite fast, with confidence, so I assume this must still be theory and everything's okay.
We do have new moves, actually.
Okay.
So
He has played d5.
after c6, we had bishop a4. Short castling played?
Yep.
Short castling played.
And now bishop b3,
Bishop b3.
which I'm not so sure about, and black has played d5.
I don't know, because you want both the bishop and the knight on c2 at the same time.
Yeah.
And you can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be a disadvantage of white having played knight a3.
Yeah. So bishop b3, and
Bishop
now
b3,
black has gone d5.
d5. So black's fully equalised.
Occupying the centre, no? And now the knight on a3 has no real perspectives.
Yeah, it doesn't look useful at the moment, does it?
White is captured on d5.
White's captured on d5.
And I have to think that she's going to go for bishop g5 afterwards.
That is a very interesting decision. Because I think most players would have tried to
Queen
hold that queen
though,
e2.
and hold the pawn. Maybe bishop d4.
Maybe that was the problem, yes.
Let's put that on the board so the viewers can see.
Bishop g4.
The problem is
we
we can't go
pawn
f3 because it's pinned.
Yeah, maybe maybe queen e2 is not the right square. Maybe queen e1.
But you're already doing moves that really we don't really want to do. White is not coordinating properly his pieces here. I mean, knight on a3, queen on e1, and black is fully developed. She's done something wrong probably before.
Yeah, we think it was
exactly
knight a3.
Where possibly knight a3 was not correct for this type of position.
We could, of course, be talking nonsense, and knight a3 could be mainstream theory. But
I can check on that.
it just doesn't look like a good move, even if it is theory.
Okay, so the position after bishop b6 has been played, and the main moves are bishop g5 and knight d2. However, knight a3 has been played, actually quite recently, so it's a move. And after c6, bishop a4, castle, bishop g5 is the main move.
Okay, so bishop b3 is
Bishop
a novelty
b3
and not
is
a
a
good
novelty, and judging by the games, Karyakin, Perenovic, Van Kampen, Erik Hansen, all mainstream grandmasters.
Yep.
They have all played bishop g5, which actually makes more sense because by pinning the knight,
By pinning the knight, you allow yourself to play queen e2 if you want to.
you can play queen e2 afterwards, exactly.
And if bishop g4, then queen takes g4.
Or bishop takes f6. Both moves are
Yes.
good. Which one is better? Who knows? But both are good. Okay, so bishop b3 might be a slight, I wouldn't like to call it mistake, but possibly not the best of moves.
It may not be a prepared novelty.
However, she did play very, very quickly.
Okay.
Which is practically instantaneously. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe it's something she's prepared for the game.
Do you know that, or what? Because
No.
time isn't showing up here.
Well, she did play very fast.
Okay.
And
The bishop b3.
I think when the time doesn't appear, it's because it's practically played instantaneously. But I'm not sure.
Okay. The bishop b3, d5, e takes d5 was played.
Okay. And we're waiting for black's response, which will probably c takes d5, but he could play knight takes d5 as well.
Yeah.
And therefore,
For the sake of argument,
avoid
I'll say knight
the
takes d5.
pin. But the thing is, if he takes with the knight, then white can play knight c4 and get his knight back into the game.
That's true.
Let's see, if he plays c takes d5, bishop g5, bishop e6, let's say rook e1, how can black defend here? Maybe bishop c7 or queen b8 maybe? Because there is a knight b5 there.
Rook e1 looks like it's opening up some kind of motif on the d8 g5 diagonal, almost.
Could be some tactics here.
If not, then bishop c7 is a perfectly fine move. I'm not sure. After e takes d5, is there a possibility of playing bishop g4?
That's what he might be considering now. He's already thinking nearly 5 minutes for this position.
Because I might be thinking about this pawn sacrifice. You know, bishop g4,
Queen
e1, e1 so as to take on e5, but black ignores it.
And now let's say, for sake of argument, queen takes e5.
If we say queen e5, then rook
Rook
e8,
e8.
queen maybe back to g3.
Queen g3 seems sensible. This is
And
a bit
then-
Marshall style, no?
Actually, it's not a gambit, because after this we can
You get back the pawn.
take on d3. It's quite cool.
You're a very tricky player, but after rook takes,
Rook takes, queen takes, queen
queen
d3,
takes,
queen
check,
e1
and bishop
check,
takes
and
f2.
then
Nice.
bishop takes f2 check.
very good, Daniel. This
I'm not-
guy plays very well.
I'm not sure that's the correct variation, but
Okay, but it's nice.
Interesting.
It's nice. It's a very cool variation. And the motif with bishop takes f2 is something that you have to see beforehand.
yeah.
If not, you might think that white is defending with queen f1. Okay.
But also, in this line, maybe white could play knight c4. and then black would have to play, say, knight f4, and it gets interesting again.
Okay, so let's
take a break
leave
from
this
this
game for a moment. It could be interesting if Luke decides to sacrifice the pawn, but he doesn't really have to. It's not necessary. He could do c takes d5 or knight takes d5.
But he has those three moves, and it's a stylistic choice: cd5, knight d5, or bishop g4.
Okay, so let's go on to move number 4, where Joseph McPhillips, 2400, is playing with white against
Jones.
Jonathan Hawkins. Okay, here we go. We can start from the beginning. Okay.
So before the game,
what's going on here?
Before the game, we had some discussion as to how Jonathan Hawkins would meet e4, and the three moves Hawkins has chosen most are c5, c6, and e5. Our understanding is that c6 is played when he's fine with a draw.
Okay.
So e5 implies he's playing very much for a win, and maybe he didn't like what McPhillips plays against his Sicilian, which I think is a Taimanov.
Okay.
So there's e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, d6. As played by Hawkins also against Justin Tan, Australian international master in the British Championships of 2014.
Okay.
So nothing that white will not have expected. We went c3, again possibly looking to put the bishop on c2 in one move.
We saw the Steinitz variation deferred also in
Palliser against Gawain Jones yesterday.
Gawain Jones,
yes.
Exactly. You mentioned the caveman strategy with knight h6 and knight f7.
Yeah.
It was that game. We were debating whether Pert would close with d5 or not, if I remember rightly.
So we had this exact position, maybe.
Exactly.
Bishop g7.
And we were considering d5 or not d5.
And here we said d5 or not d5, and Palliser chose bishop g5.
Correct.
So not d5.
Correct.
And Joe McPhillips has also not chosen d5, he's gone rook e1.
I thought rook e1 was the natural move.
I was thinking h3, rook e1's fine too, obviously. Rook
b5.
e1, b5.
Bishop b3.
Bishop, I'm not sure why it went to b3.
Well, it could go to c2, but in this position, attacking f7 could be interesting if you get some sort of attack on that square with knight e5. Although, no, it doesn't seem that's going to happen.
So this actually commits to not playing d5, almost.
Of course.
If he went to c2, that would signal the intent to play d5 later.
Okay.
Bishop b3 signals the intent to play maybe d takes e5.
Okay.
Or just leave the status
Leave the structure like it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So knight f6.
Knight f6.
Now bishop e3.
So Hawkins understands that he will not have to play f5 because the centre will not be closed.
Okay.
So now he's playing knight f6 rather than knight g7.
Very good. Bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Now the pawn, I understand, can't be captured, but let's see why.
Okay. Knight takes e4.
Could it be bishop d5? Although it could be bishop d5. What other moves are possible here?
Well, d takes e5 suggests
straight away.
itself.
And then queen d5 maybe afterwards?
Yeah. So
depending on what he
if
captured with.
d takes e5, then if nothing else, white can take on f7 and regain a pawn that way.
But it looks that queen d5 could be very strong.
Because if queen d5, maybe knight d6, black keeps the pawn, but he is in an awful looking position.
Yeah, he's being attacked on many.
Say the queen moves and now
squares.
knight takes e5 will be curtains.
This is going to be questions.
Also against f6, knight takes e5 must be fantastic.
Yep.
So this,
capturing that pawn is obviously very dangerous, no?
This is the problem. Is there knight takes e5? Still queen d5 probably.
It'll still be very good, yeah. Okay, so black decided on castling, and now the pawn is under attack, but white decides to simplify with d takes e5. Okay, let's see if there's any more moves in this position.
D takes e5. Black has played knight takes e5 actually.
Correct.
So now, I suppose a solid approach would be for white to take on e5 as well. and then argue that his bishops are slightly better,
Mm-hmm.
due to the black one being shut on g7. In this position, he could play, say, f3.
F3 is possible, knight d2. But f3 is very sensible.
f3 is kind of panicky, maybe. f3, because of black's idea of knight g4.
Okay.
But maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe we can just play knight d2.
And we go to
Just knight
c5.
g4, bishop c5.
Okay. Queen e7 would be normal here.
Queen e7,
And
completely
now
normal.
f3 probably is the correct move. Rook a d8, queen e2. Still a game, but
Very much a game.
approximately equal. Maybe
I would
white slightly better.
prefer white, yes.
Mhm.
Just because of his dark square bishop being better. So the alternative is to leave black without a pawn presence in the centre, and to try and play maybe here knight d2. No, that's silly because of knight d3.
Okay, he has
He's taken on e5.
he has exchanged knights on
Okay.
e5. Okay, so let's go on to game number 4. Here it seems that McPhillips is slightly better, but obviously
Nothing
many
to write home
pieces
about.
on the board
Yeah.
and all the game to be played. Okay, board number 5 features the game James Adair, 2481, sorry, against David Zakarian, who is this Armenian player who lives in England, is playing the championship. And already many moves. This looks like a Svesnikov.
So a second Open Sicilian from James Adair after his adventures on the black side yesterday. He's chosen a Kalashnikov system, in fact, not even a normal Sveshnikov move order.
But we are going to transpose.
But White's not
Well, not exactly, no.
White's not chosen c4, so there will be a transposition. Knight c3, a6, knight a3, b5. So
Knight
with
D-
this move order, if White doesn't choose to play, say, c4 on move 6, he can only play the knight d5 version of the Sveshnikov.
Correct. But now knight f6
Knight f6 and
offers the option of bishop g5 or
bishop
c4.
g5 would be back to the
Would be back to
Sveshnikov
the-
channels.
Knight e7 is possible instead of knight f6. I've played that before.
Okay,
And now I normally go c4.
c4.
Knight takes d5, and I normally take with the e pawn here.
Okay,
Knight
And then
d4,
knight
and
d4.
now I think it's c takes b5.
okay.
But it's very complex because sometimes black just sacks his pawn and tries to get the initiative on the queen side, on the king side with f5, bishop e7, castle. But it's an interesting game.
Maybe knight e7 fits better with that, you know? Knight e7 and then just g6.
I've never played against that. Nearly everyone plays knight d4 against me, but yeah, this could easily be an interesting variation. I wouldn't know.
I think I read some book by Hungarian international master where he recommends a line like this.
Okay.
Just leave the queen side to rot and die and play g6, bishop g7, f5.
Okay. So c4, b4. This is a more closed approach. Knight c2, a5 to protect the pawn, bishop d5, and now we have a full-blown transposition. But after bishop e7, now bishop takes f6 would transpose to the main line.
Mm-hmm.
After bishop takes f6 and probably g3, this is the main line. g3 castle, bishop d2, and now either rook b8 or bishop d5
Yeah,
are options.
bishop g5 looks better.
I also know that Kramnik, for instance, plays here normally bishop d5 castle, bishop e6, and he goes for the bishop takes knight and knight b8, a6, c5 maneuver
Okay.
to get the knight to c5. And that's that's a very good maneuver, actually. But it's still a game. Everything is possible, no?
Yeah.
White sometimes going to f4 in this position. But black didn't play this. He played knight takes... White didn't take on f6, but took on e7. And this is an independent move. I'm going to check the theory here.
So after knight takes e7, black sensibly takes back with the queen. You'd have to be someone with a perverse sense of humour to take with the king just because you can. So with the queen and then queen d3.
That's the second time you want to capture with the king in these broadcasts.
No, that was your earlier line with bishop takes c6 in the... in the Rahal and I wanted to play king e7.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just going to be an injury.
No, it was the knight h4 variation we talked about yesterday.
Yes, after knight h4 I was playing king e7.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it seems you favour that move.
Only in commentary.
Always easy to move the pieces in commentary.
Yes.
Okay, so queen takes, and now queen d3.
Queen d3, and we expect some normal move like bishop e6. White's idea is going to be to put the knight on d5 as per.
Yeah.
So he'll want to play knight e3, knight d5, and just ignore the black knight on d4, essentially.
Okay.
An idea he might want to work with, if he has time, is to swap off his light square bishop like so.
Okay, very good. But he's also threatening rook d1 straight away, so black has to attend that threat. He could do it with bishop e6, but then rook d1, rook d8, and he'd have to consider if there's any
trick like
trick
c5
like
or
c5 or knight e3, or so it's understandable that Sakarian is now thinking a bit. He's been thinking for 6 minutes, try and decide how to develop the rest of his pieces in this position.
I suppose lots of normal moves do something about the threat to d6. You know, black can castle, and if rook d1, then rook to d8.
Correct.
He could also play h6. h6 makes sense to me. And if bishop takes f6, then queen takes f6, and say rook d1, queen g6 maybe? Either queen g6 or a positional pawn sacrifice based on the fact his bishop is much better, say bishop d7, and we get the game developing like so. Black will play rook hd8 and he'll just have compensation for the pawn.
Okay.
So after h6 I'd imagine white's not going to take that. Say bishop h4.
That seems...
Trying to play f3, bishop f2.
f2.
And then black has to solve the problem some other way, maybe by continuing to try and chase that bishop in similar fashion to Peter Batchelor against Mark Hebden yesterday.
Exactly.
Yes.
The Tromboski. So, your evaluation of this position, more or less equal?
I say slightly better for white.
Maybe still white, a small edge, no, of the opening?
But easier to play for black. He has chosen bishop e6.
Okay. That's the last move he's just played.
Does open the possibility of white taking on f6, and then black has to decide if he's making a positional pawn sacrifice with queen takes f6 and allowing queen takes d6, or maybe he's playing gf6 and later trying to claim that his structural weakness isn't so bad.
But I would think that he's going for the pawn sacrifice, Daniel, because when you capture with the pawn on f6, it's usually because you still have the dark square bishop in the main variation.
And then you're playing f5 later, whereas here
it's going to be difficult to play f5. So I think he's going to go for the sacrifice of the pawn. Okay, so let's check the game number 6, where John Merriman is playing a very interesting game against Mark Hebden. Okay, so Hebden impressed us yesterday with his technique in the rook ending. And Merriman is also playing quite well. I think he notched up a win.
He was one of the ones who beat Simon Williams.
Exactly.
No, he was the player who beat Simon Williams, in fact.
Funnily enough, he's a club member of the Drunken Knights.
Ah, so the same club as Simon Williams in that case.
Exactly. So, well, Simon is from Cheddleton.
Okay. But plays for Drunken Knights in the London League.
Okay. So you'd have to explain that. The 4NCL is a league outside of the Federation, or it forms part of the Federation National League? How does that work in England?
It's not run by the Federation as such. There's a group of arbiters who run that. It's because there is no other team championship in the country. It's given the title of the official team championship of England and in fact of Scotland as well. So for the purpose of norms, whatever,
that's the
main 4NCL is the national
event.
team championship.
Okay. I do see that many players have none next to their name. Isn't it forced to become a member of a club in England to play tournaments? Or you don't really have to become a member to be able to play tournaments? Can you do your license outside of the club For instance, in Spain, it's you have to be a club member to be able to play tournaments.
Okay.
Many of the players, Luc Michel, for instance, doesn't have a club associated to his name. Club, none. And as there's so many of them, I don't think there's a club called None in England, no? That must be none.
Yeah.
No club.
No club. It
So-
can happen.
Can happen, okay.
The memberships are bought by members online, not through a club.
Oh,
So
so it's
anyone,
individual.
anyone can register.
That's the difference. In
If
Spain,
they wanted to list their club for whatever reason, there's a space on the entry form for doing so, but it's not required.
okay.
So John Merriman,
Plays
Who-
white against Mark Hebden.
who took out Simon Williams before, is now facing Mark Hebden's King's Indian. Obviously, Mark plays essentially only the King's Indian with black. I might have seen a Slav from him once, but generally King's Indian.
Sensible man. Very good opening, King's Indian. In my opinion. I like it a lot.
So do I,
You
actually.
can lose with it, but you can win a lot of games as well. So,
Okay, so White's opted for the same-ish system, and Bishop G5 rather than Bishop E3.
okay.
Black's gone for a slow setup with Queen D with A6.
Okay. Queen D2.
He could also have played C5. It's
C5
also
is
a move.
theory. Then sometimes D5 and E6. Anyway.
Yeah. So A6, Queen D2, and now as Black, I'd be tempted to go for a Benko. You know, C5, D5, and then B5.
And then B5. Okay.
So I looked at this while I was preparing for someone. C5, D5, and B5. Position
Okay.
becomes incredibly messy. White should probably not take this, in fact.
Yeah.
White should probably play a move like H4.
Okay.
And
But
then
again-
I think E6,
Preparation is needed for these type of positions.
huge
because
preparation.
Obviously, B5 on the one side, H4 on the other side. Let's go back to the game because Hebden has chosen a solid move, C6, which does introduce the idea of playing B5 in the future if he wants to.
Yes.
Okay.
So one of my experiences against, well, on the black side of such systems, was when I tried to play A6 and C6 and my opponent went B4 and C5. So that could have been a thing White could have tried. In this particular case, maybe B4 is met by B5. Anyway.
Okay.
And if C5, then A5.
It might be premature.
White isn't in time.
Okay.
So White chose
So
Bishop
Bishop
D3,
D3, very reasonable. Knight B7.
Knight BD7.
Knight G2, E5, very standard. And White closes the center with D5, which is in principle the normal move here, although it's not forced, but it seems a good moment to do it.
Yes. So he didn't want to give Black the chance of ever taking on D4. Not that Black wants to do so, but it's an additional option. Black probably wants to play B5 as his next big pawn break. D5 also
D5.
makes sure Black can't do it immediately. So he has to take off a pair of pawns, and now the C file
Now
is
B5.
opened for White's
Correct.
play.
Castle, Knight C5.
C5, Bishop C2. So
Keeping the bishop.
White's looking for B4, which is
And-
now not allowed for tactical reasons.
Black stops that with A5.
So the tactical reason is after knight takes E4,
Queen B6.
is Queen B6,
Hitting the
and
knight and possibly
a very nasty
tactic, no?
discovered check.
exactly with knight takes E4. But that's not going to happen
No,
because White played A3.
it might still be playable. Knight C3, knight takes E4, Queen E3.
Could be, but
Yeah, okay,
number one, no need. Number two, he's broken up your center.
true.
In principle, we should be trying to avoid this, although it would be a disaster.
Wouldn't be a disaster. Maybe Black should be playing knight B3 check instead.
That looks a bit more dangerous.
It wins in exchange, but it's not the end of the world. Anyway, he played A3. So not allowing Black's idea of playing B4.
Correct.
The Black
A4.
went A4 because he wants to now put a knight on C4. So all the queenside squares are being used for some kind of strategic purpose by one or other player. But now the B4 square becomes White's. So White can think about playing this. And with his next move, knight C1, he indicates that he might want to do so with this knight.
Nice. Also, knight D3 could be an option.
Yes, knight D3 exchanging off
But-
the C5 knight is a thematic idea too.
Nice. So, would you say that White is already slightly better here, or at least an easier game to play?
I think White has very much the easier game. Actually, along the lines of the David Howell game yesterday, I might actually think about bishop h6 as white.
Uh-huh.
Because this bishop on c2 could be bad, but it defends white's entire position.
Correct.
Whereas black's bishop on g7, serving the same purpose, may actually be his good bishop in reality.
But it's slightly passive.
It is passive at the moment, but black may want to arrange f5 to change that. Let's say after knight c1, queen c7, normal move.
But I would go knight a2 here.
Say queen b6.
Okay.
And
In that case, king h1 is normal.
And then...
let's say knight d7.
Knight d7. The queen was probably badly placed on b6 because the knight now wants this square, but it can go to a5 next. And now bishop h6, say queen a5.
Okay.
Sake of argument, and now we're taking the game a long way from where it is, but this just illustrates what both sides might be trying to do. So white gets a knight to b4, black a knight to c4. White takes off the dark square bishop because he may want a kingside attack with f4 in the future.
At some point, exactly.
May want to blast open the centre in that fashion.
And the bishop on c2 is passive, but it is defending vital squares, so...
it defends b3 at the moment, and it could go to d3 to attack the other knight under certain circumstances.
Okay, so Merriman with Mark Hebden still in the opening, but an interesting game could develop from this.
Very interesting.
Okay, let's go on to the next game. Game number 7, where we find Grandmaster John Ems playing with the white piece against David Fitzsimons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
so David Fitzsimmons was the player who drew with Amit Ghazi in the rook ending yesterday.
Correct.
He's now decided to play the modern against a grandmaster. So, fair play to him. Not something I would do myself anymore, but definitely a bold move. White's gone for not the most critical setup. He could have played c4 forcing a King's Indian type setup.
True that, although
black also has this, maybe.
Exactly.
But the normal things to do would be standard
also
King's
bishop
Indians.
d4 is played in this position as well.
Oh, okay.
I've seen it. So there are quite a few options here.
And of course, mainstream modern would be knight c3,
a6.
say a6 or c6.
But these variations with the two knights against a6, I've tried them with white, and the only way I get an advantage is if I go f4. So with this move order, I try to do something different with white.
If white wanted to play like that, he should have gone 3.
Exactly, knight c3.
And then
against
a6,
d6, f4.
Exactly. Yeah. I had some interesting line this a while ago where I went b5 without going d6.
Uh-huh.
And then
knight f3,
b4, knight e2, bishop b7, knight g3. So white's had to reroute as in the Alekhine. Okay. And then black plays h5, looking for that too, and it's just a mess.
Interesting. Very complex.
Who knows? But what happened was d6, bishop c4, knight c6. This is what I should have played against Jonathan Hawkins 3 years ago in the British. I think I chose e6 maybe? I chose e6 followed by a hippopotamus setup.
That would be the hippo with knight e7.
Yes.
Okay. So knight c6, castle.
Knight c6. Black's keeping open the option of playing e5 as the main point of knight c6, and also bishop g4 he can play if he wants. So castles, knight f6.
Knight f6. It's a bit strange.
It is a bit strange. It invites both d5 and e5 at the same time. e5 might not be good, but it's worth a look. The e5, d takes, knight takes, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Knight takes, d takes, queen d1. Assuming white has to take that.
d1.
Knight g4,
g4,
f4.
f4.
So that would have been one strategic decision white could have taken. He can now play with, say, bishop e2 to f3, h3, all kinds of things, really. He has better minor pieces than black. He chose d5 instead of e5.
Okay, blocking the bishop, but gaining a bit of space in the centre.
Yes.
But knight b8 seems reasonable. Rook e1.
Knight b8, rook e1. And
castle.
now, if black chose e5, we might be in for a transposition back to the Steinitz-Rey-Lopez again.
Yep, the other variation. But castle was played, and white played h3 to prevent the pin on g4. And black played a very good move here, c6.
c6. So black
Chipping away against the centre.
probably wants to think about b5 in the
Okay.
future. b5, and when the bishop goes back, bishop b7.
So white, after 9 minutes thought, decided to go voluntary back with the bishop to f1.
Which ironically stops b5 because now b5, d takes c6.
c5 and the pawn is hanging.
Well, it doesn't win a pawn, but after queen b6, black's having to make some contortions that he doesn't want. So, c6, bishop f1 is actually quite a good move. There
We do have some moves
may have
here.
been a4 as well.
After bishop f1,
Bishop f1
black
actually
played knight
intends
d7.
c4. So knight bd7 was played, c4,
And c4 was played. Knight c5.
knight c5, knight c3.
And knight c3.
Yeah.
And this is the position. Possibly slightly better for white, but again, everything to be played for in this position at
Yeah.
the moment. No?
So
Okay.
white has the space
Small space advantage.
and more ideas. He has bishop e3 next. That threatens e5. Bishop e3 also tees up, as usual, queen d2, bishop h6 if he
Okay.
wants it.
But he must be careful because bishop e3 might hang the pawn on e4. So he
Yes.
might prefer to play queen c2 first, or some other move to protect the pawn.
Yes, of course.
Or even rook b1. There's several ideas here. Okay, we'll see this develop in the future moves. And now we're going to go to the game number 8, where Ghazi is playing with white against Eggleston, who is also having quite a good tournament.
Okay, so Amit Ghazi, to nobody's surprise, plays one knight f3. He plays the fianchetto systems with both colours. So yesterday we saw, what did we see? A King's Indian from him. No, it was a Perk.
Ghazi, yesterday we didn't spend much time on this game. I can't seem to remember.
He played a Perk/modern type structure. White went for pawns on d4 and d5, allowed the outpost on d5,
Okay.
which was taken by black's queen. And I said if the queens came off, white would be better.
Oh, the ending. Okay,
Yeah.
I remember.
So he's going for the same approach with white as he usually does. d5, bishop g2, e6. Obviously, many ways to play this. He's choosing to play with d3, knight bd2,
And knight d2.
e4.
Okay. This is essentially a King's Indian attack with
Yes.
white here. Okay. So black decided to swap off pawns
And then castle.
and castle. Okay.
So obviously very strategically rich here. I prefer the black side of these positions. But obviously Amit Ghazi has a formula and he's going for it. So queen e2 and he's playing e5 and trying for knight e4
Okay.
in the future. Knight c6, e5, knight d7, rook d1. I'm not sure where that fits in.
Well, he does want to pin the knight on d7, but black will play queen c8 anyway. So
Yeah, black's playing queen c8 anyway. Maybe b3 was a thing he could have thought about.
b3 is possible with the idea bishop b2 or knight c4.
It might also be terrible.
I don't think it's bad.
Because is there this maybe?
Oh,
All kinds of messy tactics. So the idea of this move is that bishop g2, king g2, knight e5, queen e5, bishop f6 will win something
okay.
in exchange. Obviously, not being a machine, I don't know if there's some move like knight takes f7 here, which
Ooh.
saves material. Or knight takes d7.
But
No,
knight takes
takes
d7,
d7,
bishop
takes f1.
f1. Knight f7 hits the queen. But you could even go
After
bishop
knight-
takes rook. And if queen takes e6, rook takes f7.
Yeah.
So I think that doesn't work for...
So actually b3 is a bad move because of this tactic.
Yeah.
Okay.
But not so easy to see that tactic.
I imagine someone like
But Ghazi was
David
attent
Eggleston would see
and
it.
saw it.
So rook d1.
Queen c8.
So his idea is a bit different. He might be trying to play with knight d4, and that's why the rook comes in handy on
Okay.
d1.
So knight b3, rook d8.
Knight b3, rook d8.
Now he gained a bit of space on the king's side with h4.
Also looking for bishop g5.
Bishop d5, swapping off the bishop.
And
And
black
there's been some
plays
moves here.
Knight f8. So
Knight
knight
f8.
f8, bishop e3 was chosen, not
Bishop
bishop
E3.
g5.
No.
Yeah, I don't know why not bishop g5.
Yeah, that seems a normal move here, no? I don't think he would exchange bishops. He'd probably let the bishop capture on e7.
Maybe black was thinking knight g6. Maybe he was just going to ignore the trade.
Possibly.
Or even cause it, h6.
Or even just rook takes d1 and queen e8 and try and get the other rook on d8 and swap off the rooks on the file.
So that causes some kind of tactical motif along the diagonal, doesn't it? Is there knight d4?
Knight d4.
Or queen e4 even, setting up the pin a bit more.
Yep. He would have knight d8, but okay.
Yeah.
It seems a bit risky.
It is a bit risky.
Okay, so rook takes d1. In principle, rook takes d1 should be the answer.
Bishop e3 was played, not bishop g5.
Yes, bishop e3,
rook takes d1, rook takes d1.
Let's say rook takes d1.
And now black, we think queen e8.
Queen 8 is an option.
As otherwise, if he doesn't want both pairs of rooks off, why did he lose the file?
Yeah. Must be because of that. Knight g6 is an option as well. Attacking the pawn on e5.
But again, why does that need the rooks off?
Yeah, it's a bit silly to exchange rooks if you're not thinking of bringing the queen over to exchange the other rook.
Okay, but obviously not a bad move by any stretch. So knight g6 is also a thing that could be played. Possibly bishop g5 then would be played, or how else can white protect e5?
That's the thing. I don't think you can sacrifice the pawn. So we really need to put the bishop or on g5 or on c1. Maybe on c1 and then go h5 afterwards.
Yes,
Could
maybe.
Be possibly.
So bishop c1.
You might need to go h6 now, but I'm not sure.
I want to play bishop a6, but it just doesn't do anything. The bishop a6, queen e4, white will be on top there.
Yeah, probably queen e8 or h6. And then h5, knight f8.
Yeah, but then white's getting what he wants. Knight f8, now white always wants this h6.
Yeah, but black can prevent that playing h6 himself. That's the thing.
Yeah, so maybe h6, yeah, as you say, was better.
Exactly. But I like white's position a bit more. There's more ideas. Now we could try and organize attack on the king's side. h5, bishop f4, maybe queen e3.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly knight g6 is imprecise then.
Possibly. So if black starts with queen e8...
he's actually played queen e8.
Okay.
So in general, we're on the same lines as
David Eggleston.
Okay.
Who has, I think, 3 GM noms.
3?
Yes.
Wow.
1 from the British Championships last year as well.
But has he had more rating than the 2394 he has now?
He may have been 2450 before.
Wow.
But obviously he has a lot of work to do on the rating now. So he's played queen e8. He's perfectly fine to hold a draw. In fact, would it be too much to say we expect a draw at this moment?
The thing is, there's not many pieces left, no? And the position is symmetrical, so...
Very symmetrical. Rook d8 will be coming. And if white plays h5, black's playing h6.
h6.
That pawn stops on h5, and black can even think about knight h7 to g5 in the future himself. So
yeah, a draw could easily be in the books in this game.
Not tremendously exciting, but we will be back.
Hopefully we'll get a bit of action from this game. So let's go on to Hanley-Jackson, because Jackson, you will recall, he's played some very interesting games. He drawed with Mark Hebden, but he defeated Nicholas Pert yesterday in that incredible game where he ended up with an extra rook against Pert's 2 or 3 pawns. So he's obviously playing a very good tournament and in very good form.
Jackson's
black. No, white, sorry.
Okay. Because there are 2 Jacksons. There's a Sheila Jackson as well.
No, this would be James Jackson and black Craig Hanley.
Okay.
Who is also a 2400 international master.
Okay, we might not have that game.
That's strange.
Yes.
But this is the board that was frozen yesterday. Let's see.
The famous board 9.
But now it seems to be working okay. Let's have a look again.
So We could input the moves manually because they're coming through on chess24, just not on my screen right now.
No, but the thing is, go to the top again.
Yeah.
Wow.
So board 9 and play chess don't like each other.
It must be this one then, no? Do we have the game between Trent and Fatara there? That's funny.
We do have Lawrence Trent now.
How come
There are more than 14 boards today. There were only 14 yesterday, but today...
Okay. There's 32 today. Wow, a lot of boards.
So we could claim prerogative and just go for Lawrence Trent, but we should look at board 10 first.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. So board 10 is Shaw against Zhao.
Okay, and Yang Fan has also chosen a King's Indian today. And he's also getting a d5 system, but not a Samish. So far, so mainline.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop g5, f6. There's also bishop c1 here.
Yeah.
Which, this is a completely different line, but after bishop h4, White's basically agreeing that in return for structural weakness, he can get this bishop traded off. So h5, knight d2, and I think g5 might be a move here as well. No, g5, bishop g3 causes problems with the h5 pawn. So knight h6 is correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Voluntary retreating knight is the correct move.
And then the threat of g5 is real, so White should go back.
F3.
Back with f3, bishop f2. After c5, a3, so White wants b4. Black stopped it. And then decided not to continue with... White decided not to continue with the idea of b4.
Knight b3, that's a strange move.
So...
What's the knight doing in front of the pawn on b2?
All I can think of is that he wants to do this.
Aha, to reroute the knight to d3.
Because he's seen the Mar del Plata variation of the King's Indian, where the knight goes to d3 and c3.
From f3 to e1 to d3?
Yes.
Okay.
And he's wondered how he can do that with the knight on d2, because normally if the knight was on d2, it would be going to c4, but here that's not.
Okay, a bit of trivia for you, my friend Daniel. Why is it called the Mar del Plata variation?
It has something to do with silver?
No.
No.
Well, yes and no.
So Mar del Plata means...
That's from Argentina.
Sea of silver or sea of money.
Sea of silver.
Yep.
That's from Argentina. Now, what happened in Mar del Plata? When? And who? Trivia for...
Was that the...
It's quite famous, actually.
Clearly not famous enough.
Okay, so we'll leave this question for our viewers. Why is it called the Mar del Plata variation? Who were the players involved? And where did this happen? And we'll answer in a few minutes. But I'm sure they'll get here because the Christiansen Karpov game appeared very immediately.
Of course.
Okay.
Just make any reference, they'll get it.
They'll get it. Okay, so the Mar del Plata quiz.
Okay, so knight b3 is going to d3. White could maybe have tried to do without this because it seems quite time-consuming. He could have maybe played bishop f2 and gone for b4 anyway as a pawn sacrifice. So let's say if black plays no move at all, then we're playing, b4. C takes, A takes, and maybe c5.
Maybe c5.
Maybe rook takes a7 is a thing as well. But
trying to break through.
The idea was c5. Maybe after bishop f2, black would need to play b6.
That's solid.
To counteract both of those ideas
or
at the
bishop
same
d7, b4, b6.
Mm-hmm. And then a normal setup would be for b4 to happen anyway, and then black ignores it in some fashion because taking it would be quite unhealthy. Then we go knight b5 or knight b3 and continue attacking the queenside structures.
Okay.
The white's gone for knight b3 after not very much thought at all, although he'd spent 12.5 minutes on short castling.
Okay, so castle, bishop h6, bishop f2. That's to avoid the bishop coming to e3.
Sorry?
Yeah, bishop h6
Oh,
was
bishop
black's
h6,
move.
bishop f2.
F2,
was played.
f5,
f5,
rook b1,
b1.
king h8, and now
So-
knight c1, continue with your maneuver.
So he does still want b4, he's just done it after a slight delay.
Okay, b4, b6, knight
B6,
d3,
knight
g5,
d3.
h3, rook g8. So,
Okay.
is black going to crash through there? It looks like this is going to happen.
It does look like that, doesn't it?
Right, it seems to me that black is very solid on the queen side, and that his king side initiative is going to be faster.
Black is very quick. If white wants to make some play, he should maybe play b takes c5 now, although it looks like he's played a4.
He's played a4.
Yeah.
He wants to go with a5.
Wants to go with a5 and open 2 files, not just one. But I'm not sure. What can he do when those files are open? So what's black playing? Maybe queen out and then try and double rooks on the g file. Or maybe he's playing g4 immediately.
We can consider g5.
We'll go with g4.
g4. Pawn takes, pawn takes.
Pawn
And now
takes.
what? Pawn takes.
And now
queen g5, queen bishop h4, bishop
I want
g5,
to play
h4.
bishop g5, yeah. So now if white's consistent, he
A5.
plays a5, and now bishop h4.
Are you trying to get to g3 then? You can play queen h4. Is that your idea?
Yes. I was...
But of course, when you go
Bishop
bishop
g3, bishop takes g3, will
on
win a
capture on
piece.
f7, you'll go queen h4. But
It is a mess. Maybe
the king will escape.
maybe we play queen g5 or knight h6 on the next
First.
move as black.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this does look very dangerous for white. But
So
let's see, pawn takes
he
pawn,
gets-
pawn takes pawn.
He gets his open files, but it turns out nobody really cares.
Well, for the most part, he can't use them, no?
Yeah.
Knight b5 could be an idea.
So maybe knight a4 to b6 as
Or
well,
knight a4.
which does counteract the idea of knight h6 because now knight b6, rook b8, knight takes c8. Black doesn't have that bishop on g4 anymore,
That is
and he
correct.
can't take back on c8 with the queen because his bishop on h4 is on pre. So knight a4 might be a useful thing, might be a useful idea actually. Might force black to take on f2, and then knight takes f2. So this is actually more solid than I thought.
But the thing is, maybe before playing g4 or just after playing g4, we can swap pawns on b4 and not let white get in the a5.
White's still playing a5, even if we play maybe knight takes b4.
Exactly.
Knight
Knight takes,
takes b4,
rook takes, and
rook
now
this.
go with bishop h4.
White's still playing a5.
But it's a bit different because I play queen h4, bishop h4, pawn takes, pawn takes.
Or bishop f2.
Okay, capture first.
But if a takes b6, then white can take this
Yeah.
with the bishop.
Swap bishops first.
Yeah. Swap bishops first, rook takes, a takes b6. I don't know, this feels like white is getting quite a bit of play on the queen side. Say queen b1.
And it's not clear that the attack is going to be winning here.
Queen b1, maybe knight a4 is better than queen b1 actually. And then black has to
Knight g5.
go all in, something like knight g5, knight takes
Knight
b6,
takes
knight
e4,
takes e4.
and see what happens
just
there,
go
no?
crazy, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so big things are happening on the board between Shaw and Zhao Yangfan. We'll
Okay.
see what's going to happen here, but I think we're in for quite a attractive game on this board.
Okay,
It seems to me that there's going to be fireworks here.
So before we take a quick break, we might look at some fan favourites. So the most popular English Congress weekend player.
Let's go for the Arkle
Keith
game.
Arkle, yeah.
Okay. He's playing on board 13 with
Okay,
white
so
against...
Not too far out of our job description, and he's got a King's Indian as well. So it's really the day for King's Indians today.
Against Horton, possibly?
Horton,
Okay.
just some guy, 2177. Not a GM or IM? Presumably not.
Jamie Horton, no.
No title. Yeah, so we've got a King's Indian. I may have seen this Jamie Horton before, actually. Yeah, and he didn't play this on that occasion. He went for a Queen's Gambit. A Queen's Gambit declined, but he will have known Keith Arkle's reputation with the minority attack
Yeah.
and so on. Yeah, so fianchetto system from Keith Arkle, that's not a surprise. D6, knight f3, knight c6, castle a6.
Now d5.
Now d5. There is also b3.
Yep.
There's also, I think bishop f4 is a move. But d5 is very much in Keith Arkle's style. So he played a very similar game against me also 3 years ago.
Knight a5 here. Knights on the rim are dim.
So
but not all of them.
It's immediately threatened to be trapped with queen d3,
b4?
the idea of b4, even though black might be able to save himself with some tactics.
Yeah, but c5
he doesn't want to.
c5 looks like the normal move here.
c5 maybe also b5, you know.
Uh-huh.
b5 you could think about.
And then what is white doing? Taking on b5 or
presumably.
This could be a gambit then.
And then if knight takes b5, then say bishop a6.
a6. A bit like the Volga gambit, no?
Yeah. And then maybe c6 later and d takes, knight takes.
Okay.
It's an idea. He chose not to do it.
So c5 is more a standard. And now white takes on c6. I didn't know that move. I thought this structure had to be played leaving the knight on a5 out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe Keith knows something that I don't know, because...
And this makes me chuckle, actually, because I had a similar game, also Fianchetto King's Indian, against Keith in South Wales 2014. And at the similar moment, he also played d takes c6 against me. And then I think his next move was knight d4. But it wasn't this position, because in this position, knight d4 will lose a pawn to knight e5. So Keith went knight d5.
Knight
He's
d5
always in favour of exchanges that slightly improve his pawn structure. Knight d5, knight takes d5, so black gives him this exchange, really. I'm not sure whether bishop e6 might have improved. Bishop e6 trying to take with the bishop on d5 and keep the dynamic possibilities of the knight. So the black might be looking for this maneuver, knight d7 to c5, and take on d5 with the knight, with the bishop even, sorry.
Okay, so
it's just another way to play bishop e6, maybe also invoking the idea of b5. Maybe there's an idea of b5 for black in this position, which would cause white to have to force things, and then we get just a dynamic position like this.
Okay.
Black reroutes the knight.
So, black took with the knight.
c6, d5, knight e5.
Couple of exchanges. Bishop e6, h6 looks to be quite aggressive. Black played rook e8.
I don't know, bishop h6 just looks like standard Keith move, really. He's hoping bishop g7 will happen. And then he'll exchange that pair of pieces and
maybe
play queen c3 and rook c1 and get the c-file.
Okay, h4, h5 as well. But rook e8 is better.
Rook e8 is much better. Queen d2.
Queen d2.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was looking at this moment at bishop f4, e4, rook e1, e5 type plans.
Okay.
Still trying to target that dark square bishop of black's.
But bishop d7 was answered by bishop e3. That's a strange one. Why?
So maybe he decided to do it with bishop d4 instead.
Okay. Okay.
And
I thought maybe he was trying to prevent black from playing queen b6.
If you think about it, it holds together, because if white played bishop e3, then the b2 pawn was on pre.
Okay.
So he had to bring the bishop out first. With tempo helps.
Drop back with the queen to defend b2.
And then do this rearrangement.
Okay. So, Keith Arkle playing exactly in the style of Keith Arkle.
Yes.
Very good. Trying to get a superior... Well, he doesn't actually have a superior pawn structure, but he has a bit more space. And probably a slightly easier position to play. But black is sufficiently solid in this position, at least.
Black is very solid. I think rook c8 is normal. And then we might get rook c1, just so that after bishop d4...
Okay, but here he wants to exchange the rook and play queen b8 and rook c8. Because if not, you can't get the queen out.
Ah, yes. This allows black to free himself a bit. So maybe he would look at bishop d4 anyway.
Straight away, bishop d4.
And if black plays the idea with rook c2, then there's some idea of trapping it, maybe.
Ah,
like so.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Interesting.
It can still go to h5, but there would be compensation. More than enough. Or some other way of trapping it in this position, which he could find at his leisure.
Well, maybe queen.
Maybe start with f4. But then...
Good afternoon again. I'm here with International Master Daniel Fernandez, and we are analysing the main games of the fourth round of the 104th British Championship. Up to now, no decisive games have been finished, but already quite a few of them are heading towards interesting positions, and we are starting the second segment of the broadcast now. Daniel, which game would you like to begin with? Maybe one of the top games?
Yep, first of all, good afternoon again, and we should, in fairness, take a look at the game which I bigged up in my intro. So again, between Gawain Jones and Danny Gormali, both
Sounds
very
good.
Tactically talented players.
Sounds good. So, Jones against Gormali, and it does look like Jones has a huge space advantage.
Yeah, Jones has gone for a suffocating approach, having played
Suffocating approach, that's interesting. Okay, a squeeze.
a squeeze.
Okay,
He's played 4 pawns on the queen side in a row.
yep.
He'll be probably looking to play a5 from the position on the board.
Is he leaving any weaknesses in his position while advancing those pawns? Could that be something to be worried about later on? Or do you think he's controlling the foundations behind the pawns?
I don't think he's... Well, I hesitate to criticise a 2660, but he's left a bit of a hole on f4, maybe.
A bit of a hole there.
So,
Maybe not decisive, though.
No. But maybe black can play, let's say, some move a5, bishop a7.
Okay. Queen d2 sounds...
Queen d2, for instance, and now d5.
You want to reroute the bishop via b8?
That's what I was thinking. So something like this, thematically. Black's
Nice.
playing bishop b8, thinking about queen c7 in front of the bishop or behind the bishop.
Or behind?
And then f4 is actually a square to be
Slightly
worried about.
weak, no?
Yeah.
So, nothing comes free.
Nothing comes free. Black's completely messed up his queenside structure if it ever comes to an ending with this bishop involved.
Okay. However, white still has the space advantage, and I'm thinking that the a2 knight should try to head towards d3, maybe via c1,
Yeah.
and try and get to one of those centre squares, no?
Yeah.
So the position is probably slightly favourable for white, but still quite tense. Nothing decided yet.
Personally, I might actually favour black.
Would you like black more in this position? Or is it a matter of taste?
I like black if he can get in this d5, and I'm not seeing a way that white can stop it.
Okay.
So after d5, if white has to close, then all kinds of manoeuvres are possible, including such things.
Okay. But white still has the space advantage.
White could try and cement it maybe by playing d5, but that never looks good, because after bishop takes e3...
Well, that exchange, and also the e5 square.
If f takes e3, then queen e7...
Well, it'll clamp down on the e5 square.
This
That's
square
good for
will
white.
Yeah.
For black, sorry. Okay, so things are looking interesting in the game between Jones and Gormali.
A quite contentious position. Maybe if white acts quickly, then with g5, say, then everything I've said about the f4 square is not so relevant.
Okay, but he does weaken his kingside in the meantime. So
I imagine after g5, if h takes, bishop takes, then white's better, but black might have this as well.
Okay, again heading for the f4 square.
Yes.
Okay, so that's quite interesting. Black. Well, if you want, as we're here exactly now, we could consider the move that white has played, which is c5.
c5. So not one we considered, but a choice of a strong grandmaster. So bishop a7, we assume. Because if d takes c5, then black is just giving up all his claim to the centre, and white will be better following something like this. Maybe d5 now.
Even d5 now could be
D5 now makes
could be an
sense.
option.
d5 now, because if c6 white wants to block.
That seems very strong for white.
d5 now...
So he really should go back to a7 without exchanging.
Yes, I think black should go back to a7 without exchanging. White then has the option to give both sides isolated d-pawns.
But he could main the ram, as we learned yesterday.
But only when they're locked.
Okay, but it could be... That could possibly happen. Locked in d4, d5 as well.
D5, d6 doesn't work.
I'll have to check that. But d5, d6 appears in many other structures.
Yeah.
So I'll check that when I get back and see my book at home. But or ask Hans Skmok if he comes around here at some point during the week. Okay, so but of course white doesn't have to change. He'd probably do better maintaining the tension, and in any case let black capture. So
let's say knight c3.
Knight c3 looks very okay.
And then in keeping with what I said before, maybe black wants to play d5.
Okay.
Maybe he doesn't, though.
Okay, but there is a small difference, maybe not substantial, in that when he goes d5 and c6, white hasn't played a5 yet, like the other variation. So there could be some small details. Also, the knight's already developed on c3. So I'm not sure if that's going to be relevant or not.
So I suppose you mean that there are
For instance,
two wrinkles.
He could play knight e5 now.
First one is knight e5.
Exactly.
Second one is that if white just makes some move,
let's say queen d2, for instance.
Queen d2, for instance, after c6, then the idea is no longer a5, knight a4, knight b6.
Maybe b5 in some.
But maybe instead
in the
there's
future.
b5. Yes.
Okay.
Maybe b5 here, in fact.
Okay. Well, Daniel Gormley is faced with a important decision now: exchange pawns, or just go back and maintain the tension. He'll probably think about it for a few minutes. So I think we're going to check the game of Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
The chat is going crazy with petitions to see that game.
Okay.
Everyone wants to see what Ginger is doing, so
Is he white or black?
we're going to comply.
Williams. He's white.
Williams is playing with white against Abrahams. And let's see if any of his pawns are advancing down the board. He likes to use names
for his pawns.
I think the H pawn is Harry.
And Freddie is the F
Freddie
pawn.
is the F pawn,
Yeah.
and the G pawn is
Don't know, Gary. Maybe.
Gary, maybe. Okay, Gary, Freddie, and Harry.
Or Ginger, the G pawn.
Or Ginger. Probably
the
G
G pawn has a good
would sound good for him. No, okay. Let's see if Harry's
Harry is gone. Harry is dead.
Harry's dead.
Yes.
I even saw one of his games, which he broadcasts live, and he had to give mate with the H pawn. That was the dare of the game.
Yeah.
He wrote it down, and then when he opened the paper, he said, I have to mate with the H pawn. So all the game was played around the idea that to win, he had to do checkmate with the H pawn, and he did it.
And it has to be with the pawn still being
With
a
the
pawn,
pawn.
not
Exactly,
promoted.
being a pawn.
Yes.
And he did it, which was quite unbelievable.
Okay,
So
that's nice.
Good for you, Ginger. Okay, let's see what he's doing here.
So we had a London system, a bit calmer than his usual repertoire perhaps, but nonetheless not a bad opening at all.
And very appropriate for the British.
Yes. Although maybe we're in the town furthest from London
That is true.
that they could possibly have held it.
But as far as I know, there's no
West Wales.
Welsh opening at the moment.
No.
Or is there?
Oh, there's the Barry. You could have played the Barry.
The Barry attack?
Yeah.
Because Barry was Welsh?
Barry is a place in South Wales.
Oh, okay. Okay.
As
But
featured
is it named after the place in Wales or after a player called Barry?
It could have been after Milner Barry, or it could have been after the town where Gavin and Stacey was filmed.
Gavin and Stacey with this actor James Corden.
James Corden, yes.
Good actor. Very good actor.
He's since moved on, but
He's doing a show
moved on from to other projects. Yeah.
Okay.
But that show was set in Barry in South Wales.
But I don't think the variation of chess is based on the show. Maybe on the town.
Possibly, well, not on the show, obviously. But
Seems more likely it could come from the Milner Barry, or the Barry part of the Milner Barry variation. Okay, which by the way we saw yesterday.
The gambit.
The gambit with Bishop D3. I couldn't remember the name, but that's the name of the gambit.
Yes.
Okay.
So a London system, anyway.
Here we have them. Thanks a lot. Mr. Jodji gives us Harry, Gary, Freddie, Eddie, Danny, Charlie, Barney, and Ari.
Ari.
Ari is the A pawn.
That's a bit of a cop-out, really, isn't it?
No,
the A pawn is Andy. Andy the A pawn.
Andy the A pawn.
I am renaming him. He's Andy the A pawn.
Okay. Dodgy. Nice of you to comply with those names. We knew there was a name for everyone, but we weren't sure. Okay. So, hard to remember them all. That is true. Okay, so how's Simon doing? Does any of his pawns...
So far, he still has all of them except
I've
Eddie.
played this position with black. With very decent results. It's relatively easy to stop the attack if you play with correct
correct
maneuvering.
Yeah.
Okay.
So white plays rook e3 very quickly.
Okay, to swing into h3.
It looks controversial because it invites tactics with knight g6 and f5, which may look like it wins some material.
But the fact is, if you have to go back with the bishop to g3, I don't think you should really put the rook on e3, no?
I think the bishop on g3 might be okay, but the thing is, the rook on e3 attracts, the tempo gainer, with f4 or with bishop g5.
But he's thinking of hitting on g6 intermezzo, no?
I imagine the plan is after f4 he wants to play bishop takes g6.
Or rook takes e6, one of the two. Probably take on g6.
Probably take on g6 and probably sacrifice the rook.
Wow. Wow, that's very, very interesting.
But, okay, sacrificing...
That could also be interesting.
Sacrificing a piece...
Who knows?
I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to get very much.
Who
You know,
knows?
black can come back to the defence with the bishop, or he can go for exchanges with
That would
bishop
be
f6.
that would be the best move, yes.
Also sensible.
Okay, so already Williams was about to sacrifice if needed be. But this didn't happen because black played bishop g5.
Yes. The bishop g5, that also gains a tempo, and black keeps open the option of f4, which he indeed played on the next move. But Williams is able to, in this case, save his piece by means of h4.
Okay.
Which
Do you think he had this planned out when he played rook e3?
Well, he definitely will have seen the immediate f4. I'm not sure if he saw this answer as well. He may have just thought he could sacrifice a piece for 3 pawns and be fine.
How much time did it take for rook e3? 19 seconds, 19 minutes?
19 seconds.
I doubt that was planned.
Yeah.
I doubt that. I think it was more intuitive approach.
Intuitive approach, he won't have looked at all the lines then after f4.
Probably not.
No.
But he probably thought that something would appear.
Yes.
Which also is very, very much his style of play
Yes,
sometimes.
very
no?
typical.
Okay, so bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
Rather risky as well, I must say. But
Extremely risky.
But it could work.
If he lost another game, he would be out of the running for the podium position, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Even with a draw, probably.
So bishop g6, h4, he saves a piece, but loses Harry. So Harry is now dead.
Harry is dead. Okay. But he's still got the rest.
Yes.
So
Well, other than Eddie. Eddie's also dead.
Eddie's dead as well.
Yeah.
But it is Andrew, by the way.
It's Andy the A-pawn.
Andrew, yeah. Andy, yeah.
No, we're abbreviating him. Queen f6.
2 questions for you for the moment. Sahir wants to know where you're from.
Okay.
Manchester.
Manchester and Singapore.
And Singapore. And there's another guy who asked, Daniel, why don't you play this round of the Kiel Open?
That's a great
That's
question.
a great question. Well, we'll answer a bit later because now we're in the middle of the game. Okay. And, by the way, Schwag considers that it was all planned. Do you think
he's one of the most loyal followers of Simon Williams.
Very loyal follower.
Yeah.
It's hard to think that he planned everything here, but hey.
But he is a grandmaster.
He is a grandmaster and a very good one. Who knows? Who knows? But it wouldn't surprise me that he'd thought rook a3 is working. Knight g6, f5, I'll have enough tactics. Let's go for this.
Yes.
I think that a lot of viewers consider that grandmasters calculate much more than sometimes they really do.
Yes.
They calculate when they need to calculate. Actually, Capablanca said that he didn't calculate much, only 2 or 3 moves, but always 1 move more than his opponent.
Yes.
Or at least the moves needed to win the position. And that is enough, actually.
Yeah. But another famous answer was, I only see 1 move ahead at the time.
But the best one. The best one. The correct move. Okay.
So black's trying to gear up to exchange queens. He played queen f6, offering 1 trade. Queen h5, rook f8, preparing queen f5, possibly offering another trade. He's also gearing up to play f3 if he wants to. I'm not sure he does because f3 opens up the diagonal of the bishop.
Okay.
But definitely queen f5 is a plan of black.
White ganged up on the e6 pawn, which seems very reasonable.
Very reasonable. It was
and
defended.
Black defended.
So white plays f3 and knight e4, possibly looking to get the bishop out.
Okay.
Later.
Okay. Very good. And black played b5.
Black played b5.
Of course, d5 was an option, but that would shut in his own bishop.
d5 would admit to being worse.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
The knight doesn't go to e4, but he loses control of the e5 square, and the bishop would be shut in. That would be probably a mistake, positionally.
Positionally, not a great decision. Maybe white has queen e5 as well.
Okay.
Maybe now white wants the queens off.
Okay, and the knight can always reroute to another perfectly decent square. He can go b3, c1, d3, for instance.
Yes, that's probably the square he wants the knight on.
Okay, so he played b5.
Was chosen. It also avoids, obviously, a fork with knight c4 that might have otherwise been
Correct.
an idea. And if we think carefully, f3 also stopped black's idea of playing f3. Thus freeing up the idea of knight c4. So if white played knight c4 here, there was f3.
Okay.
Now it's no longer a thing because Freddie's blocked it.
b5, knight e4, queen d8.
Queen d8.
Knight f2.
Knight f2.
Going for
knight g4,
d4.
or possibly knight h3 and discovering an attack on e6.
Okay. Bishop d5, attacking the a2 pawn and centralizing, defending the e6 pawn.
So very multi-purpose moves from both players.
Okay, b3.
b3, a5, so black's playing a4 and undermining the queen side structure.
Okay. Queen g6.
Queen g6.
Now, why didn't he play knight g4 here? What was he worried about? Rook f5 maybe?
The knight g4, the move that screams out is queen g5 to me.
Okay.
After knight takes h6, g takes h6.
Okay. So I was going to suggest a very strange move, but this is good. Although this may be heading towards a draw. What about rook f5?
After knight g4.
Yeah. Is that completely ridiculous or not?
It's not
That
ridiculous.
is-
There's knight takes h6.
I know.
There may also be queen takes h6.
Wow. Wow. I'm
wouldn't
seeing.
put it past
I'm
Simon
seeing.
Williams to...
I wouldn't put it past him either. I'm seeing. Okay, so queen g4 is probably the correct move.
Queen g5 is safe.
And black's maybe is slightly better here because in an ending, the bishop on h2 is shut in, and the bishop on d5 is tremendously strong.
In an ending, especially if he can make white if he can make white take the queens off,
He's clearly
then
better
his
here.
bishop is toast.
He's in big trouble here. King s7, rook c8, he's in trouble here.
Yeah, big
Okay.
trouble.
So queen g6,
Queen g6
seems good there, therefore.
With the idea of a4, queen d3,
Queen
so
d3.
white's threatening c4
Regrouping, that's good.
and also attacking b5, so black's not winning a pawn. Black exchanges, but if he takes on b3 now,
Takes on b5.
takes
and
on
that's
b5,
okay.
and white plays c4 next.
Okay.
c4 even.
I must say that this guy, Daniel Abrahams, he's playing a very decent game today.
He's
very decent
playing
game.
a good game.
He's playing excellent. I think a lot of these players, when they face tough opposition, they bring out their best play. It's as if they know they can't make any mistakes, and so they really try hard to play. Sometimes they fail at the end
Yeah.
because of they're tired or lack of experience, but they really play good games during the middle game.
As
Look
we saw from David Howell's opponent.
Exactly, the first round. Look how he's playing here. He's playing fantastically.
So queen c7 is the right move, because now if queen takes b5, then queen takes c3. And that forks two of white's other pawns and probably wins a pawn in the process. So white's not taken on b5. He's played rook b2, defending an immediate threat.
And now threatening. And now black has played bishop g5.
Bishop g5.
Which is a bit strange because now he is hanging. Oh, no, not yet. He's still not hanging the pawn because of queen takes c3. That
Okay.
bishop, where's it going to? h4 maybe or f6?
So he wants to go to h4, but he should know that white's playing rook c1 next.
Correct. Actually, we can check and see if that's been played.
No, it's not been played.
Okay, so
So I would definitely expect rook c1 from white, although there are a few moves you can consider. Probably he didn't want to play rook c8 because then white's forced to make the move he wants to make anyway, and then there's a threat on b5.
okay.
The bishop g5, he's probably hoping to economize a bit, and after rook c1 he could play bishop c6, and now the rook to the a file rather than the c file.
Okay, that seems reasonable. Okay, so basically white has a piece which is shut in on h2, but he does have a bit of a grip in the center and the square e4. So the game is quite tense, and I wouldn't say that... Oh, I'd say that black is okay here, probably equal, but I wouldn't say that either of the two has a serious advantage. Would you go for one of the two players here
I would feel more comfortable as black.
as black, but just because of the bishop on h2?
Yes, just that, and also the fact that if white uses, say, the g4 square, then we
black
can
roll
push through in the
center.
center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, I'm getting a request for a game of someone called Chris,
Chris,
which
second
is,
most common name in England.
which is difficult to...
So presumably Chris means Chris Ward. The top board, Chris Ward against
Yes,
David Howell.
yes, it must be that move. It must be that board, exactly. So,
David Howell again playing another Time Trouble Addict. So this should be interesting to pick up in another 2 hours. But we'll look at it now.
oh, look, they played the variation I mentioned at the
Okay,
start.
nice.
So, with the knight, with the sacrifice of the pawn on e4.
So f5, e3, bishop
E3,
b7, bishop d3, as you say.
Take, and d6. D5,
D5,
and
knight
knight okay,
A6.
I knew knight bd7, but the idea is the same.
Okay.
You get the knight c6, you sacrifice on e6 and go queen f6 in some variations.
So the idea is bishop takes e4, f takes e4, queen takes e4,
And
queen
now
f6.
I think it's queen f6 right away, exactly. And the ending after queen takes e6 is good for black,
Okay.
as far as I remember, because the e6 pawn falls, and the bishop on b7 is very strong. The combination of the knight and the bishop is very good for black. And
Yeah.
the pawn on e6 falls, if I remember rightly. Of course.
Well, probably C4 is
Yeah,
almost
that pawn
toast as well.
will fall
Yeah.
in the end. Okay, so he played knight d4.
knight d4 after 27 minutes thought.
Wow, but this is, of course, he's probably trying to remember theory, but it's common. I'm going to
Well, I
check
don't know.
it.
You only try and remember theory once, don't you? He spent 13 minutes on 12 d5 and then 27 on 13 knight d4.
But he chose this variation by playing bishop d5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when his opponent goes h6, if you're unsure of the theory of the variation, you have to go bishop takes f6, and that's it.
Yes.
Or even bishop f4. But you can go bishop takes f6. If you go bishop h4, you know your opponent can go for g5. You must know the theory 100%.
Yeah. But it looks like maybe he didn't, because he's spent some time. He's gone queen c2 after 3 minutes, move 8. e3 after 13 minutes, move 9. Bishop d3 after another 3 minutes, move 10. Recapture in 7 seconds. 13 minutes on move 12. 27 minutes on
But this
13.
is very theoretical. After d5, what did black play?
d5, knight a6.
Okay, so I must say that knight d7 is more principal.
But knight a6
Knight
has,
a6
been played by a
at
better
many
player.
games. Knight d4.
Knight d4 is main.
Although the option bishop takes e4 is also possible, but knight d4, and now knight c5,
Mm-hmm.
and now the move. Of course, there are a couple of options here: d takes e6 and also castle.
Okay, he played
What did
knight
he
takes
play?
e6
Knight takes e6. That
after
is
only 18 seconds.
a bit more rare, although not necessarily bad. Take, queen f6.
Not played yet.
Okay, there are 3 games in this position,
And all have gone queen f6. And no grandmasters, although one
grandmasters.
international master.
okay, Ravi Kumar.
Best known for his live commentary on the British for several years.
Oh, this is Vaid Ravi. This is the guy who didn't
guy
play the first 2 rounds.
No. That's Ravi Harrier. That's a
okay,
junior.
Okay.
Ravi Kumar is one of the commentators
Oh,
in person. He may not be doing it this year, but he certainly helped
okay.
when they were using
Okay.
demonstration boards.
Okay. Although
in
this
the
is a game that was played in 1981. In any case, black seems to be doing well in this position. As I said before,
Yep.
the e6 pawn will eventually fall,
So
and black gets queen f6 would be the main move here.
presumably
Although
queen,
David is still thinking after 12 minutes.
presumably queen e7 is a thing as well, or what other move could there be? h5? Is that asking too much?
h5, I think in this variation, white plays h4, and when he captures on g3, takes with the f pawn, defending the g2 pawn with and then after castle, the f pawn is very weak. Now, actually, in this variation, I think it's important for black to try not to exchange on g3 when too soon.
Yeah.
Because then he has many
you want
weaknesses to it.
knight on c5 sometimes.
Exactly. No, queen f6 is better because it also protects a bit more the f5 pawn and attacks the c3 square.
Yeah.
So this seems logical, although it hasn't been played yet.
So queen f6 and then f3 maybe?
f3 is the move.
Yep.
And after f3, we take on g3,
You do take on g3. And now queen takes e6.
and now queen to c6. But then the f5 pawn is falling, but the e3 pawn is falling.
Yeah.
Let me check the theory here.
But now
Now queen
black
takes
has
e6.
equalised the material, yeah? So
Yeah.
he should just be better because of a structure.
Although after bishop takes f5, it seems that queen takes e3
Seems
check.
that the chess24 instant engine may be glitching.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going up now. Actually, with your
Queen takes
permission,
e3
I'm going to
check.
turn it off
Please do.
because it was turned on by defect, and I just don't like it because it goes up and down, and you never know. Let's see. Queen takes e3.
And now king
King
f1.
f1.
So black can't actually castle either side, but
That is a problem. Can't he castle on the king's side? No, he'll be
takes
crushed. No?
h6.
He'll be crushed there. So this could be a problem.
so he
I'm-
might have to play king f8.
Well, I'm thinking that maybe he shouldn't capture the pawn on e3.
Uh-huh.
He could choose the pawn on c4.
Yes. So then what happens is maybe g4. G4 looks natural to me.
He could check on g6 as well if he wanted to.
Maybe
But,
black doesn't want
okay.
to castle. If black's going to move the king somehow, then he'll do so anyway.
Okay. Now maybe king f2.
King f2,
So-
rook a d1, maybe try and go to d4.
Okay, well, this position, I would probably prefer it with white.
I prefer this with white in quite a big way.
Hmm.
Bishop on f5 is easily better than bishop on b7.
Okay, so one must think then that maybe
Maybe he has an improvement instead of queen f6.
instead of queen f6,
Because until now, black has played remarkably fast considering that he is David Howell.
but he's already spent 15 minutes on this move. 15 minutes.
He's spending his time now.
He's spending his time now, and
Okay.
he's only got half an hour left. So at some point, he has to have been thinking. Where could he have been thinking? Look,
He
he
spent-
thought 12 minutes for bishop takes c3 check,
Okay.
and he also spent a bit of time in the opening with h6.
Okay, but this doesn't add up, yeah?
No, it's a bit strange, isn't it?
It is a bit strange. Maybe he's been thinking longer than that on this move, and the clock time just hasn't caught up yet.
Okay, well, we never know with these things.
Okay,
so
but he's been thinking a long time on move 15 after d takes e6. What other move can black play? I don't know. If not h5, if there's a problem with queen f6, then...
I suppose he could go castle as well. Although f3 could be a problem.
So, okay, if we play queen f6 and then after f3, we just go back.
Okay. Now the critical move is bishop takes s5.
Bishop takes f5,
What to do now?
maybe bishop a6. Is this so terrible?
Hmm.
Try and take on c4 with the bishop and then also on e6 with the
Then
bishop.
e6. Well, this looks better than the other variation.
It's less open, so black's not under
At
an
least-
attack now.
Exactly. He could eventually castle if need be. Okay, I agree with you here. This
It's,
could be
it's
okay.
plausible.
There's
not
no
saying-
check on a4, which is also very important.
Maybe white's playing short castling now because he can. After bishop c4, bishop g6 check, and now he's just going to play a long game and hope that the king in the center
Okay,
is...
but I could have castled before instead of taking on c4, which was an option.
Where though? On the king side?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
e4,
e4,
and now
now you take on c4.
take there or rook e8 or
Yeah.
something like that.
Okay, so this is an interesting alternative, knight c5.
Okay, so Howell is thinking, so we'll leave him there,
Mm-hmm.
and we're going to go to the game between. I'm going to check which one's the most interesting one. Give me a second here.
We could go to board 3, or to James Adair again, actually.
Do you want to
James
check on Phillips against Hawkins?
Phillips against Hawkins, yes,
They're
we
in
can
a
do
pure ending.
that. Okay,
What do you think of
So-
this position?
for the second time, Joseph McPhillips has a rook and knight. But this
I
time,
think he's a pawn down, isn't he?
is he a pawn down?
He's a pawn down.
Yeah,
Was this a sacrifice? Let's see.
he is a pawn down, so he's
He lost it.
been outplayed to some extent then. Bishop c5, rook e8, a4, bishop f8. So very good exchange from black. And then the correct decision to keep the position closed.
Okay, so it seems he lost the c4 pawn then.
So maybe white should have taken on b5 and just played
And just
like so.
like d2 and
And if c5, then maybe bishop d5.
bishop d5. Okay.
That's what comes to mind right now. Maybe if he'd played this, I'd be criticizing this too.
Well, I do think that after knight takes d5, Hawkins would be content to play this position, but of course anything can happen now, no?
Yeah, after bishop d5, then you can play c4
Okay.
and your queen.
So why
side
did he
is
put the
secure.
pawn in front of the bishop? That's not very good positionally, because, as you know, the bishop on b3 could easily become a bad piece.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe b4, c5 was his idea, and then he changed his mind
Maybe. b4, c5. Okay,
after 8 minutes.
so knight d2 is only played after 8 minutes. Maybe after c5.
He didn't like queen e7.
But black plays queen e7 anyway.
But now he hit the pawn.
But in the game, he gave the pawn in the same,
Oh, so it was
same
a
variation.
it was
Queen
a
e7,
transposition.
c5.
Wow, that is a decision that. Okay, but then he thought rook c1, queen d6, knight c4 with compensation, no?
Yeah. Well, if he just plays some move, then black playing queen c5.
A pawn is a pawn.
This looks miserable.
A pawn is a pawn.
Black's playing bishop e6. He's controlling white's outpost. And then this can come.
Oh, this is horrible. But he should have thought of that when he played c4, no?
Yeah, so definitely we can blame c4 for a lot of what comes, which looks like just some
I don't
suffering.
know. I don't know what's going through his head, and I don't know the guy. But he might have thought c4 with the idea of c5 and probably already considering the sacrifice for initiative, and simply may have been a bad decision. But, I mean...
I'm not sure.
He played very well yesterday. I'm sure he understands that he can't leave his bishop on b3 and let the blockade come on the black squares.
Yeah, the margins are really fine when we talk about this kind of thing, because when Howell does it and wins, we have to suddenly find an explanation for why it's such a brilliant strategy.
That is true.
Yes. So if McPhillips had played maybe f3 in this position, knight d2, bishop c2, b3.
Okay. Okay.
And then won.
Okay, but he wouldn't win this. Not in this structure.
No.
Because he doesn't have the space.
He doesn't have any space here. But it might still not be a bad idea,
It's passive, but maybe
Knight
holdable.
d2, queen e7, you play bishop c2, you try and play...
But it is miserable.
Like this.
You know that. It's very miserable. They put a lock on d4. But of course, if there's no way to open the position, you can hold.
Yeah. And if Black's had to play c6, then that's a suboptimal part of his structure.
Okay. So, let's go on. c5.
c5, queen c5, rook c1, queen d6. Hawkins is fine to take the queens off, as he will have seen that concretely he keeps his material with bishop e6. I don't know, maybe this was all a calculation, Queen d6, knight c4, queen d1, rook e d1. White will have thought that he gets back a pawn somehow. So if Black has to play rook e8, then maybe f3 with knight a5 to come. Or if a5, then knight e3, and White gets quite a lot of pressure.
Yeah. He might get the pawn back, actually.
So this bishop e6 was necessary from Hawkins and maybe overlooked by McPhillips.
Okay, because now he can't capture on e5 because of the bishop.
Because of the pin.
Loose on b3. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the e4 pawn is attacked. So f3.
e4 is attacked. So f3, rook fd8, just trying to get pieces off because he's a pawn up. And now knight a5 because he will have to solve the pin at some point. Bishop takes b3, knight takes b3, king f8. So I'm guessing there was some exact calculation here from Hawkins.
Because the pawn?
Because it looks immediately like White can take back the pawn. So why is that not so? So rook d3 maybe.
Mm-hmm. And then pick up the b2 pawn.
Yes, but knight c5.
Well, I would have gone for this for sure.
Yeah.
Instead of the other variation. Because if he goes rook d3, I know knight c5.
It is really not
check,
clear to
check,
me.
capture in b2. He captures in a6. Okay.
Capture on a6 or maybe a5.
Okay, that's possible. In principle, capture on a6, and what would happen now?
And I think it's important. a5, and if b3, then rook b7.
Ah, okay, to control the pawn.
So a5, maybe White wants to play rook b7 before taking anyway.
Okay.
But if he played rook b7 on this move, then Black was maybe playing a5.
a5, okay. Yeah, the black knight on f6 is not doing much in this position, so this can't be totally bad for White. I'm surprised he didn't go for this because it seems quite straightforward. What did he do in the game?
I don't know, maybe he got to this point, assumed he would have to take on a6, and then he saw some ghosts after, say, b3.
Okay. Okay, so he played... we
have more moves. Okay.
King f2.
King f2.
Take on d1, take on d1.
King e7.
King e7. Knight a5.
Knight a5.
And now king e6. Knight c6, hitting the b4 pawn. a5 defending. And now knight d8.
Ah, okay, so he found some way to get play.
And now there could actually easily be a move repetition.
Yeah, because Hawkins can't...
And they've agreed to draw. Funny.
That's very funny.
Very good. Very well played by White to get a draw in this position.
So what confuses me after King f2 is why Black doesn't play this.
Straight away.
Ah, maybe not here. Maybe some other move like knight e8. He's a pawn up, he can afford to...
But then the rook goes to the 7th file, no?
Rook can go to d7, doesn't do very much there.
Well, you prefer it not to be there.
And then black plays...
This is a bit... It's a bit tricky.
Yeah, I can see.
I can
see
understand
that
why
there is some
black
play.
would not want to do this. Because you go a5 and rook a6 and then what? It's a bit tricky. You might lose the a5 pawn and white can go king e3 and just more or less wait. Knight c5 even.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think...
I feel like there is a consolidating maneuver, but black just hasn't found it.
But king e7 looks very natural.
King e7, yes, but...
Maybe king e8.
With the benefit of hindsight.
Maybe
King e8 so that knight c6 is not checked.
And now when knight a5 comes, we do another move. Rook d8.
Knight d7 maybe.
Oh, okay. Rook d8, no, because you change and check.
Yes.
Knight d7.
The rook d8 would lose a pawn in two ways to this.
Okay, so this would be a mistake.
But knight d7 can be played, and if knight c6, then a5, I think.
Mm-hmm.
a5?
Rook d5. And you get the pawn back.
Maybe black's playing knight c5.
Knight c5.
That was what I was thinking.
And now the e5 pawn for the a4 pawn, no?
Yes. Or maybe he's playing b3. b3 is also legal.
Okay.
Yeah, so we think king e8 might have been an untangling try for black rather than king e7, because then knight c6 is not check. And here Hawkins didn't see a way out of the move repetition. He played a5, knight d8 check.
King e7.
King e7, knight c6 check. And if he goes back,
then he loses the pawn and white is better.
White must be
okay,
better.
so actually
Joe
well played, no?
Makes a... Don't know. Well, I like the guy, but somewhat shaky draw pawn down.
But he did it.
But he did it.
So let's give him credit.
He has a better score against Hawkins than I do, so I can't really comment.
Phillips has drawn with the Hawk.
Yes.
As he's called in Chess 24. Okay, so let's continue down. I'm going to scroll down here to see where the... Look, the Merriman game seems very interesting.
Okay.
I'm trying very hard not to say a merry game, you can imagine.
Merry is a different player.
Yes, but I'm trying, the words with his name.
Ah, yes.
I'm trying tremendously hard every time I see the game, which is very interesting. I'm trying my best to say it hasn't become a merry game, but it's being difficult for me. So I've got it out, and no problem then.
Okay. So we last looked at this when
about here.
When white played knight c1, and we suggested some idea for black of bring the knight to c4, and white bring the knight to c4 to b4.
Correct. So let's see how this progressed.
So bishop d7, white
d7,
played knight d3,
queen b6, bishop
knight
d3.
h5, and now white decided to play knight e2 to cover the f4 square. The decision now, I suppose, is how to stop black from playing knight f4.
Mm-hmm.
So the alternative was to play g3, but he probably didn't like the fact that this creates a lever for black to open the position on the king side.
Okay, so he played knight e2.
Knight e2, sensible man.
Rook ac8. Rook ac1.
And
now he went f5.
Freddy.
Okay. The f-pawn advance. Okay.
But here it doesn't create too much tension in the white position. It's just the standard King's Indian.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c5, dc5, bishop d3. And if f4, white will be content to play bishop f2. And then black has to spend some time
moving that back, going h5, and the queen's on the queen side, which is, I mean, white would have played rook c2 and rook c1.
In principle, white also has
Very
the idea
quickly.
of queen b4.
Queen b4 is the other idea.
So if black does nothing, then queen b4 could be a move. Take the queens off, and
I've got a pass pawn there.
White's better on the queen side, and black will have no attack after the queens are off. Black would have to spend time then going queen d6, and then there could be queen a5 ideas, further weakening black's dark squares.
Yeah.
And now white can consider things like bishop e1, bishop b4, or that knight is not drunk, but is going to c3, a2, b4.
And b4. Okay, so queen d6.
Queen d6 played.
g3.
G3, I'm not sure why g3 though.
It's not totally necessary, but...
kind of contradicts everything I just said, really.
But he wanted to protect he wanted to exchange on f4, which is what happened. But I don't think it's necessary. Maybe queen a5 would be good here.
Yes, queen a5 looks like a good move. Although then rook a8 maybe. and then it's not clear what the queen's done.
Have to go back afterwards.
But to c3, so it gains a tempo in some sense. Okay, queen a5 could be a move. Also a move is rook c3, do you think?
Maybe bishop b1, prophylactic.
Yeah,
Rook
bishop
c3 maybe.
b1 so that you can double using rook c2 instead. Because rook c3
But
might...
I'm a bit worried of doubling rooks, leaving the bishop out of play on b1. But it could be possible.
It could go to a2. It
could go to a2
it could be useful in
on,
tactical motifs against the black king along this quite long diagonal, not the long diagonal.
Anyway, white played g3,
I played
f4,
g3, which I personally disagree with, but
pawn takes,
now
takes,
the black
bishop
king's
f2,
Indian bishop was opened. So
c4, bishop b1,
bishop b1,
and
bishop
now
h3.
black has the initiative on the king side. Rook, he played knight d4.
So he was clearly inspired by an old game, which doubtless someone will tell me about, where white finished with queen h8 check. It was in a world championship match, I think. Smyslov Petrosian, maybe?
And knight takes f7.
Or, no, Spassky Petrosian.
And knight takes f7.
Yes, knight takes f7.
And winning a queen on e5.
Yeah.
Okay.
That featured a double exchange sacrifice, the first one of which was like this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you do know your classics.
Well, the world championship match.
Not many, but enough, no? Okay. So bishop h3.
Bishop h3, knight d4. So
knight d4.
Yeah, must be inspired by that game.
But in any case, in this position,
the bishop
on
also
h3 is much stronger than the rook on f1. And my knight on d4 will be at least as strong as one of the rooks. So it's quite standard, this sacrifice.
And almost surprising that black took it.
He doesn't have to. He could have played...
He can play queen f6, for instance.
Queen e5. He has moves.
He can try and play with queen e7 and exchange off his bishop by this method, if he wants. But he took the rook, thinking that against a lower-rated player, you should take all the material and hope that they can't prove the compensation. The king takes f1, queen d7, looking for queen h3, but he obviously doesn't get it. King g2 would be fine, knight e6 is stronger. Am I sure about that? Yeah, king g2 is also a good move, actually. Knight e6 commits to allowing black an exchange sacrifice if he wants it. So and he probably does want it. So queen b4 would be a move. Black might even have been prepared to take this.
Get that knight off the board as soon as possible.
At this moment, though, because b5 is also hanging. Maybe queen b4 he would have had to just live with the knight there for one move. Play something like bishop f8.
Maybe.
To d6 and then play knight g7 and try and exchange the knight by civilized methods.
But white captured on g7.
White captured on g7 and black took back after a check with the king.
Exactly, with the king. There was a check.
Queen c3 check.
We need some more moves. I'm going to give you to them now.
King g8.
King g8.
e5 was played, yes?
e5. Rook d8, hitting the d5 pawn.
This rook.
d6, those pawns are looking very menacing, but knight g3. And this is the position on the board, and John Merriman has only 10 minutes against 50 minutes of Mark Hebden to navigate this
He's now
position.
decided on rook e1.
He's just played rook e1. He hasn't captured the knight.
Very cool move.
Let's see what happens
so if white captures the knight, then after f takes g3, the bishop is under threat, and also black has an idea of queen h2 check, which is bad for white. For instance, bishop b6, queen h2, king f1, g2
winning,
check.
No? Okay.
White won't die right now because his bishop still covers the queening square on g1.
This is rook takes e5.
But after rook takes e5,
move.
It will be 0-1 very soon.
Okay, so
he didn't capture the knight, and he had to find some way to deal with the threat of knight e2 check.
Okay.
Rook e1 was his chosen method. If he covers it with the queen, for instance, queen e1, then black has rook takes d6, which presumably was why Mark Hebden decided to provoke d6 first and line his rook up with the d-pawn.
Okay. So rook e1, and now how to continue the attack here with black. The knight can still stay there for a move more, but we would need to... Can we play rook takes d6? No, because...
That is the first move that comes into most people's heads.
He'll take and recapture with the queen.
Instead this.
Rook e2.
Rook e2, so black's idea is to take on f2.
D7.
D7. Ah, yeah, okay. So this won't work then. Because now the queen has to run back,
But then it
and white
captures
can
the
take on
knight.
G3.
A pity, no?
A great pity, because otherwise white's pieces are tied down. You know, if queen f6, rook takes e1 is mate.
Mate on F1.
Yeah, white doesn't really have another move that prevents rook takes f2. Maybe there's also bishop e4, but that's quite convoluted.
No, but D7 is clear.
D7 is clear.
So instead of rook takes D6, what can you do? We have to use our calculation skills now, Daniel.
Okay, so an idea is rook e6.
Okay.
Rook e6, idea g5 and rook h6.
A bit slow, but possible. Also, we block the square.
Also, if white gets too adventurous with his queen, we still have the idea of rook takes d6.
Okay.
So, for instance, if white goes taking this pawn, okay, rook h6 would be good here, but also rook takes d6.
Okay, and then mate on F1. So, let's consider pawn takes knight against rook e6. Can we do that?
Pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn. The same motif will still work, so white moves the bishop. And g2 check, in fact, is now worse, because white can't even run to e1.
No, he can't move his bishop. He has to give it back. Let's try and get the queen over there somehow.
Maybe f4.
Let's mate in 2.
Ah, yeah,
I'll do that one.
that's a terrible suggestion.
Queen d4.
Queen d4.
But I don't like that because of queen h2 check.
Queen h2 check, king f1, and now rook takes e5 or something?
I can play...
we can just give check and rook takes e5.
Yeah, yeah. Or rook takes d6 as well.
And after bishop e4, rook takes d6.
But this is a disaster.
Because of queen d6, rook e4, yeah?
This is looking very good for Mark Hebden. Eh? I'm not sure after rook e6 if he's going to find... But he's played knight f5.
He's played knight f5.
He's gone back.
Okay,
He's gone back. He wants to go to h4 or to e3.
That surprises me a bit, because now white's presumably playing bishop e4. I don't see many other moves that white can play consistently. Maybe also queen d2. Queen d2 could be worth consideration.
Why did he bring his knight back when it was not attacked?
He may not have seen the idea of rook e6.
That's one possibility.
Or maybe he found a problem with it, like, for instance, a queen sacrifice.
Ah, there's another idea as well. Against rook e6, he can play bishop takes knight.
And pawn takes?
And queen d2.
Queen d2.
Something like that.
And now this?
Ooh. Well, that's not a solution.
That would be very painful.
No.
Yeah.
So rook e6 looked very good.
It does look good. The rook's also protected, so even if white can arrange queen d2 to d5, which is not certain, there's no threat. So g5, for instance, queen d5, and now king g7, and black's threatening himself, rook takes d6. So, yeah, it's not clear why Hebden didn't choose this, but he has chosen knight f5, and position remains tense.
Very tense. Bishop e4.
White's played bishop e4, reasonably intuitive
I think
move.
he's missed an opportunity.
White's missed an opportunity?
Yep. No, black.
Black.
By leaving his knight on g3.
I agree. But we could have...
No, it's because the bishop's going to d5 now.
We could have further shades of the Petrosian game.
Rook takes bishop.
Rook takes,
I'm not
and then this, and then
queen takes e3.
Queen takes e3.
Why he's crushing here.
Yeah. So queen f5 is met by queen h6 mate.
By the way, Petrosian Spassky, it seemed.
Petrosian Spassky. And I said Spassky Petrosian. My apologies.
But the exchange sacrificer was always Petrosian. He was the one who loved the exchange sacrifices.
This was an attacking exchange sacrifice.
Okay. He was more a defensive sacrificer.
Yeah.
But it's funny because I always consider Petrosian a solid player, and that's the impression that many people have on Petrosian. But recently I was reading a book on his play, Python the Strategy, which also suggests squeezing positional games. But the first 30 or 40 games are incredibly aggressive. He was playing Benonis, he was playing Nato Sicilians when he was young.
But apparently when he was older as well, if you read the Gelfand books.
I haven't gone into much detail. I read the positional one, but not the dynamic one. But this more or less suggests to me that to become a world champion or elite player, you might have your style, and you might be recognised for certain elements in your game, but all of these players are supreme, excellent players in all positions.
All
they
facets,
must have
yes,
been.
they must be.
Because you can't get to be world champion if you're not an excellent player in all types of positions. That's something very clear to me now, which wasn't clear to me before.
And, well, John Merriman, not being an elite player, but he has shown he's very good at defending and counter-attacking in this case. So bishop e4, we expect black to have some quite major problems.
Well, we'll see. But
Maybe he can block the check with knight e6.
But already he's going passive.
It's very passive.
Okay, we'll come back to this game later on, but we
are being told we can now receive board 9.
Okay,
the famed board 9,
but also
on after
for
2
several
hours.
moments we're getting requests to see a low board, but where there's a Latvian gambit in board 32.
That was with Ravi Hari, actually.
Can
the
you
guy
pick that one up? Is
has
that possible?
Come late.
Let's see, board 32, Hari Ravi against Mike Waddington, who's a FIDE master, although he has a very low rating. It's a bit surprising. How can you get to FIDE master with 2070? That is very surprising. I'm going to check because I thought you had to get to 2300 to become FIDE master.
Well, the answer is if you get to 2300 and then take up the Latvian gambit. Yes.
That could be the reason. But I'm going to check.
Okay, so the Latvian gambit...
Sometimes you get to be FIDE master winning some Pan American contests, but of course it can't be the case with an English player, no? The other reason is, as you say,
he then decided to play very
suspicious variations.
And in fact, he has quite a few games in the database.
Wow. He was 2353. That's a huge rating descent.
So actually, he has a few games in the database with the Latvian gambit, and the white player was not surprised by the Latvian gambit. The knight takes e5. I'm not familiar with the theory, but queen g6 does ring a bell. So queen g6 is a familiar move. White plays d3, bishop b4. I'm not sure if bishop d2 is now the move. Maybe d takes e4 is.
I play d4 against the Latvian. I don't play knight c4 straight away, so I'm not quite sure.
Okay. Takes a certain kind of person to have a regular repertoire choice against the Latvian gambit.
But I learnt this line years ago. I've explained to my students, and I don't have to do anything else for the rest of my life against the Latvian. I just play d4, knight c4, knight f3, bishop e2, castle and f3, and small plus, and
that's enough.
To play.
Yeah,
and that's a very sensible way of approaching these gambits. And theory doesn't change. You know you get a small plus, and you don't have to try and refute it every time someone plays against you. So, bishop d2.
White's not trying to refute either. He's going for a simple structure, with black having, at this moment, more pawn islands. So he'd be fine with an ending. I don't know, I should probably say something about king d8, shouldn't I? How do I justify king d8? That's a move and a half. You might want to play c6 or something.
Why would you play king d8 here?
You want to play c6 and d5, don't you? Or something like that, anyway.
But why could you play king d8 after 17? What's he seeing here that justifies that move?
No idea.
King d8. If you gave this position to any player and said, consider 5 candidate moves for black. Knight c6. Pawn takes pawn.
Knight c6.
I could even argue f5.
f5.
c6.
c6.
Maybe his line of thought is, if I play f5, white plays bishop e2. He's going to threat bishop h5, so I might as well start off with king d8.
Then why don't you start off with short castling?
For instance.
Short castling is a valid candidate move. Maybe it walks into some kind of attack after short castling h4, yeah?
But why would you play king d8 here?
And king d8 is...
Okay, I've got an idea.
Yeah.
c6, king c7.
Ah, okay. So he wants to play that idea, but with the king on c7.
Which he didn't do. I'm seeing the notation.
But maybe that was his d4, then
but maybe that was his intention at this point.
He's trying to play it with a very big centre with king c7, d5, f5.
Minotauro says, I didn't know the Latvian before today, but I've learned it's nothing to worry about and never to try it. That would be very sensible advice.
That's a good summary, yes.
Okay. And we have a Grandmaster on the chat. Passion is a Grandmaster from Australia. Max Illingworth.
Okay, yes, I've
Rings
played
a
him
bell.
twice.
Okay, so he's also giving some opinions on the games.
Okay.
Okay, so Queen takes E4.
Bishop D3.
E3, Queen B4 check.
Bishop D3, I suppose, is a pawn sacrifice in a manner of speaking, but Ravi will know that if Queen takes B2, he must have more than enough.
Wow.
If he just shot castles,
This is
Queen C3, Rook C1.
I don't consider these ideas.
Yeah, I don't think Black will survive this for long. But if you don't take the pawn, then you don't even have a pawn for it. You know?
That's one way of looking at it. The first round with Ilya Zaradatsky, we were talking about this. How many tempos do you need to compensate the pawn? I was talking about 3 tempos. 3 tempos for a pawn.
Okay. In this case, it might even just be 2 tempi.
2 is enough, because the king is
2
badly
tempi
placed.
for 2 pawns, B2 and C3.
Well, it's more than 2, because you get 2 straight away, plus casting 3, plus a tempo or 2 you're going to attack the queen. So we're talking about 4 tempos, practically. And the king on D8.
The king is on D8, which
also sums
gives
up,
you the right to do basically anything you like. But okay, Queen F4, White still gets tempi off the queen.
Queen
and
F3, that's
long
good.
castles, connects his rooks.
I would
So
say
we're going Rook
Black
E1.
is in huge trouble here.
Yes, massive. And then maybe Knight D5 is an idea as well. So Queen G5, Bishop E4. Maybe Bishop E4 is a bit slow, actually. Maybe Knight D5 comes to mind as something else you might play. Bishop E4, Bishop D7, H4, Queen H6.
King B1.
So King B1. White's taking it slow, but he still has a winning position.
He has a very good position, because he has no material deficit either.
No.
It's a free attack and a free squeeze if he decides to play. But of course, with the king on D8, Black can never coordinate. So he's going to be in trouble all the game.
Yes. So Queen F8, Bishop C6. I'm not sure about Bishop C6.
I like.
Maybe he was worried about Knight E5, but Queen E3 or something.
That is true.
Stop it anyway.
Yeah, as long as you've got the pawn on F4.
You play with F4, maybe try Knight D4, F5, Knight E6.
There's no reason. But on the other hand, exchanging on C6, if he takes with the bishop, the knight on F5 is very strong.
Yes.
And if he takes with the pawn, he does have some weaknesses.
Yeah.
Queen E3 and the A7 pawn is weak.
Not right here because the knight's on.
Okay.
Maybe knight back to D4 first.
Yes.
Maybe he's just thinking of playing very simply. Knight D4, Knight E6, and win an ending of some type.
Okay. Or on C6 even.
Okay, but he's not played as bone-crunchingly as you might expect, given that he had this position after 13 moves.
And there probably was something stronger.
It was probably a way to attack more convincingly. But okay.
For instance, now I would have... he went castle, no? He went G3.
You can consider H4 and Queen H5.
I would have gone Queen H5 straight away.
Yeah.
And Queen F7 if necessary.
Queen H5, Queen G5, Queen F7, and then White plays H4, and Black's in huge trouble right now.
Queen B3 is another option.
But you're also going to the same place.
No, I'm going to Queen H5 now, straight away.
Yeah. And then I suppose...
And I could also consider castle here instead of Queen H5.
Maybe Black plays C6 here. And then you still play in this fashion, I guess, and H4 is a big threat.
Yeah, this looks good.
Yeah. This would have done. This would have been fine.
Okay, so we're going well in this game, and we are going to go back to some of the top boards. I'm going to check here which game is looking interesting. Let's see, Jackson Shaw.
Take a quick check on Keith Arkle first.
Where's Arkle? Arkle is
He's
here.
now on move 38. So
this one's interesting.
Yeah.
He's just sacrificed his queen.
Okay. Okay, not a real sacrifice.
Well, semi-sacrifice, no?
So we last saw this a while ago with Bishop E3, and I thought nothing major was going to happen. White played Rook C1, and the suggestion from Michael here was Rook takes C1, and Queen B8.
Queen B8, to try and exchange off the other rook.
Which still looks very sensible and probably would have kept the position equal.
But he played B5.
He played B5, and now you have holes in the back of your position. So what's going to happen is the C6 square. will be a big issue.
There's a very famous game with this structure. It's Karpov-Kasparov. I think it came from a Grunfeld, and there was a rook c6 at some point, which wasn't, he couldn't capture it.
Yep.
And then he won because of the hole on c6. It's a very instructive game. But of course, they've played more than 150 games, so I can't remember exactly which one it was.
You'll be told that you're wrong on the colours as well.
Was it Kasparov-Karpov? No, I think it was Karpov-Kasparov.
No, I'm joking because
because of the other one, yeah. Okay. So
B3.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6,
H4.
H4. Just
That's
improving
very
his
good.
structure very slowly.
H5.
H5. Now, inserting these moves means that white can play bishop g5 if he wants to. And after bishop takes g5, then pawn takes g5. And that's a slightly better structure again.
But look at this. King h2 going for bishop h3 and dominating the c6 square.
So black plays bishop f5 because he thinks bishop h3 will be the next move, and he was planning queen d7.
But now rook c6.
Now rook c6, and this is what I said. So
nice.
Not only is the c6 square a problem, but the a6 pawn was left undefended by b7, by the b pawn. And so black can't go back with bishop d7, he has to take. D takes, and now this pawn on c6 will be a major bugbear for black. I don't even know how he's going to survive. How he's going to make it through this alive.
So bishop d4, take, rook d8.
Yeah.
Rook c1.
Rook c1.
Rook b8.
But white just takes his time. b4 is a good move, because I will have played a similar game against Keith, and I got in b4 and a5, and I was eventually fine.
You isolate the pawn. But this way the pawns on light squares could also be a liability afterwards.
Yeah.
And less space.
But also Keith might be thinking of a bishop ending. He likes to win in the most boiled down, condensed fashion that he wants.
If black goes e6, d5 to isolate the bishop, then the bishop on f5 is going to be a problem after e4.
Okay,
so there's
e6
tactical problems
is
as well.
Just about playable, because after e4 is e5.
Okay, but if we prepare it properly, it could be a problem.
E6 could be a good practical try. Trying to play d5 and making sure white has at least one piece that isn't working properly. I'm guessing then queen f6 is the move, and then after d5 maybe rook c5.
Possibly.
And then white can continue at his leisure. He'll play a3 because he likes improving his position, and then maybe f3 and d4.
And e4. And go for an attack even. Okay, so let's see what happened in the game, because many moves has gone by and we have to go to other boards.
So bishop e6, bishop d5. Again, advantageous swap. He might even swap the queens if he can.
Rook b6.
Rook b6.
Queen f3.
Queen f3 so that e6 and d5 don't come with tempo.
But also, apart from the c6 pawn, he could consider at some point going for an attack with g4 and h5.
Yes.
If the c pawn, because apart from that, if black holds solidly a key, which would be the plan? Queen c3, e4. It's not so easy to break through if black just holds and doesn't do anything.
I would say your moves are queen c3, e4, f4, king g2, and you try and play for e5 or f5.
Or f5. Okay.
Maybe f5.
So hold the pawn on c6 and go for the attack.
So black is basically asking that question. You know, what does white do?
But he should keep the rook on b6.
White chose e4.
King g2.
King g2.
And now he abandoned the plan of attacking the c6 pawn. He went to rook d8.
Which may have been a mistake, because now,
then white could play
now there's this.
Queen a3. Okay, so he went back, defending, now queen b3.
Queen b3, the point is that white wants to be somewhere where he can easily jump to the defensive c6 pawn, but he's also supporting the a4 push, which he does next.
Okay.
Here. And that takes away the b6 square from black's rook, and black has no more squares to attack the c6 pawn.
That's nice, very nice.
If he plays rook c8, a5, his queen still can't get out of the way anyway.
Very nice.
He has to.
And also, it supports a possible queen b6 later on. Very nice. King g8, queen
and that
e3.
was in fact his idea. He goes queen b6.
Nice.
That's
Very
really
nice. Very nice. That's a 2 exclamation move. Queen b6, very nice.
And after queen c8, c7.
Very nice.
Because after rook takes b6, there's a takes b6 and b7 next.
Very nice.
So after c7, black will have to play rook a8, but he's dead in some way.
Let's see if he's resigned, because this looks like a losing position already. No, he's still fighting, but things look bad for him.
So if
Well, no, hold on. Something has happened here. The queen went back, funnily enough. So queen b6,
Queen b6,
queen c8,
Queen c8, c7,
c7, rook,
Rook
a8,
uh-huh,
queen e3.
Queen e3.
Now he might be...
Okay, so he wants to reorganize the pieces. He wants to put the rook here and the queen behind it.
And then rook b8.
Rook b6, and then queen in again.
And then...
And then queen b7 kind of thing. But he
that
wants to
is-
set up the battery with the rook
in front
in
of
front.
the queen.
Yeah,
Maybe abandoning the c7 pawn in the end to eat the a6 and the b5 pawns.
possibly.
But I'm also thinking that queen h6 could be there at some point.
Yeah.
Well, he played here.
So black played queen b7.
Queen
'cause he
b7,
doesn't-
queen e3, threatening mate. And
so this
promotion.
is winning. Yeah. So queen b7
Oh,
is
this is
a
a blunder.
move 40 blunder.
This is a blunder. Move 40 blunder. But he had 20 minutes.
Yeah. So
Poor Mr. Jamie Horton.
yeah. Very sad. He
Put the
didn't have a great rook to begin with. We'll put it that way.
put queen b7 on the board so that the
Queen
viewers can see
b7,
what's
queen
happening.
c3. Now
Queen c3.
one threat is queen
Oh.
h8, checkmate. Another threat is promoting this pawn, and
1-0. He
black has no
resigned.
way of stopping both.
He resigned. How could the game could have continued?
So there was queen takes e4 check, which is just a check. White can play king g1,
King
and the
h2.
two threats are still intact.
So let's say he would have played some other move, king g8 for instance, instead of queen b7. How would the game have continued? So rook c6, we think.
We think rook c6, also possible, given his style, is e5.
Open up a new line.
I think this is actually quite likely. So e5, he wants to try and isolate black's d-pawn. He wants to just take on d6 and then put his queen on d5, where it will be dominant. And if black takes, then...
I would think rook c6 would be my option. Not opening the
E5,
line yet.
yeah.
No. There's time to do that.
Rook c6 and put the queen behind. So both of these pieces are completely tied down. Black can't even swap them around, really.
Is there any way of winning with the queen on b6? Some zugzwang position. For instance, let's say king somewhere, and now queen b6, king back. Because now black can't play any piece. If he moves the king, there would be queen b7 and queen takes rook.
Yes.
So he's essentially in zugzwang. Now we can go f4.
f4, but always after f4 you have to think about queen g4.
Looking for a perpetual.
Even if this, then king h7,
Yeah.
and this perpetual.
It's tricky, but we can improve our position before playing f4.
You can
Maybe f3, king f2, king
king
e3.
e3, and then think about f4.
Okay, so it's clear white is playing for the win here, but it wasn't simple.
Okay, I think rearranging the pieces was the best option. So rook c6, king g7,
Queen c3.
queen c3, king g8. Maybe now still e5, yeah?
Maybe
I want
e5
to
now.
play e5. D takes, queen takes, and now you sit on the c5 square with the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even queen e4 would be nice here. Tricky, Michael.
Okay, so unfortunately,
A blunder, move 40.
not a good
A
outing
pity,
against
a
the
pity.
Grandmaster.
But well played by
Jamie.
Keith Urkel.
Yeah.
Things
Well played in the opening by black, actually. Maybe he had a chance to
well played in the black by black.
fully
but then-
equalise after rook c1 and queen b8.
Okay, exactly. But
Wasn't a complete disaster.
once he played b5, I think Urkel gave a textbook example of how to exploit the weak c6 square in Sicilian structures. He played it very well.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot. And also the queen b6 queen sacrifice is also always very nice.
So at the same time as you're getting these lessons about the resourcefulness of 2200s, you also have some textbook lessons like this one by Keith or by Mark Hebden yesterday against
In the rook
Peter
ending.
Bachelor.
That's
Yeah.
true. Okay, so
Okay,
let's
so we find
move
another
on.
game.
Adair has drawed with Zakarian.
Okay.
There was still quite a bit of play in the position, so not quite sure what the reasons for drawing was. Let's check on the game between Merriman and Hebden.
Merriman Hebden. Okay.
Remember, it's the game with the passed pawns.
Okay.
So now,
So, yeah, we had a lot of analysis on this. Black went back to f5 wrongly, we think.
Black has given back
Bishop
the
e4,
exchange.
knight g7, bishop c6, and now fittingly for our talk about Petrosian, we have knight e6.
Knight e6, trying to
Although,
block.
okay, more fitting would have been rook e6, bishop d5, and give it on e6. Yeah.
Of course. But knight e6, bishop takes b5, knight g5,
g5, bishop c6,
c6, king g7,
bishop b6, because white wants to give this bishop for a rook, not the light square bishop.
It seems to me that Hebden can't be very content with this position.
No.
He's in trouble.
He has no reason to be happy.
Right. But there's tactics, so that's always king h6,
King
take,
h6, take.
So this is the current position.
But white must be winning this.
Okay, here it is. Merriman with Hebden.
So white can even play, for instance, queen d2.
Okay.
Just trying to take on f4. And if queen takes f3, then he accepts that.
And crashes through with the e6. Yeah.
And that wins.
But this is not going to happen. So let's see, instead of queen d2, what move he's going to do.
I thought queen d2 was quite a good move.
And if not, queen g2.
Or queen takes f4.
Or queen c4.
And if black plays queen h4.
But what happens if he plays knight takes f3 check?
Knight takes f3 check.
Bishop takes, queen takes.
Queen takes, e6.
And now e6.
Queen g4 check, queen g2. Looks over.
This is finished.
Maybe there's better than queen d2. I mean, queen takes c4 can hardly be a bad move as well.
And then queen e2 if necessary afterwards.
And then something like this. And do we play e6 anyway? Maybe. But safe
Queen
would,
e4,
safe
queen
would be
e2
queen
solid.
e2 or queen e4. Yeah.
And this must be winning, no?
Yep, so we expect Merriman to score a second win against a Grandmaster in a row.
It could be. It could be. He's in trouble. Everyone's in trouble. Although there might be some sort of defence here.
I do not see Mark Hebden surviving this, unfortunately.
No, I'm trying. I'm looking for something, but I can't see anything. Okay, so let's go and check some other games.
Okay, so we have Simon Williams maybe again, or Amit Ghazi, which we've not seen in a while.
Okay, Ghazi Eggleston.
Okay.
Is quite interesting.
Ghazi Eggleston.
And we should pop up to the main boards and see how it's going. Ward Howell and also Jones Gormley.
Okay.
But first, let's start with the Ghazi game.
Yep. So black played queen e8. This is where we dropped our coverage before. So queen e8, h5, h6, as we said would happen. White made way for the f-pawn with knight fd2, exploiting the pin on the long diagonal. Black then threatened the e5 pawn, and white pushed f4, which he was going to do anyway. With which in mind, I'm not sure if rook b8 was really called for. Maybe rook d8 immediately in one move would have been a better try.
We did say that this game would probably end in a draw. That was our... We
did, but now white's played some ambitious moves. It's gone for g4, f5 approach. Although the material is now even more reduced.
Could even have considered keeping the rook on the board. But anyway, exchanging rooks, queen a8.
Queen a8,
okay,
knight bd2,
okay.
which he would have had to play anyway, because, for instance, g4, a4. If the knight goes anywhere else, there's might be knight takes e5.
Yeah. Okay, so knight bd2.
In fact, after g4, there's this immediately.
Right. Knight bd2, a4.
Knight bd2, a4, queen d3.
Knight a5. g4.
Knight a5. What's he looking for, actually?
Well, he wants to open up play on the long diagonal, pin the knight. Although I don't see any way to...
So he is playing bishop d5 next anyway.
Yeah.
I think that's it. And if c4, then bishop back and bishop to b4. The other bishop to b4.
And there's tactics there.
Then there are tactics on the long diagonal.
Okay, so white played b4.
Which was sensibly taken, and now c5.
Now c5. c4, pushing him back.
Not sure about c5. You know?
Well, he won't be able to play bishop b4 afterwards then.
Yeah.
You need a waiting move here.
I would have played maybe queen d8. Queen d8 appeals to me quite a bit.
Queen d8. Don't you want to keep the queen on the diagonal, behind the bishop?
At this moment, it's vulnerable to some tricks.
Okay, let's see. Let's show the viewers why you can't do knight takes b3 here.
So, okay, the trick I was talking about is knight takes b3, knight takes b3,
knight
bishop
f6
b3,
check.
knight f6 check, and white wins a queen.
Okay. So that's why you're continuing to get the queen out of the way.
That's why I want the queen out of the way, maybe on e8 or d8. Say d8 for now.
Okay.
And if c4, then we revert to type. We play bishop b7,
And
either white swaps the
solid
queens, or we get to play with bishop b4, which is what we really want to do.
But he played c5.
The c5. Now black's dark square bishop doesn't look great. But on the other hand, he's gaining some control over d4, for instance. So after c4, bishop c6, f5, knight d7, you can see vaguely that this knight will come back to c6 at some point. There'll be tactical motifs against e5 and the d4 square. So not bad moves by black, just not ones I would have played.
Queen b8 hits the e5 pawn again.
And presumably, queen c3, although there will be other moves as well.
He played pawn takes e6.
Okay.
Pawn takes e6 and knight d6.
Okay, makes sense.
Knight d6 and black captured on g2.
So what white wants to do is leave black's bishop being the bad one.
Okay.
He wants to, if he could take the queens off in this position and then just retreat the knight, he would probably be squeezing in the ending. Because he has the only break, which is g5.
His d5, okay. But well, no, his queen is more active than the black queen, so he's probably slightly better here.
Maybe, but I would expect bishop takes d6 from black.
Well, that's what he's thinking about now, because it's Eggleston's turn. He has 20 minutes against 8 minutes of Gassi, and he's considering his move. Well, he can't really play much longer with the knight on d6. You have to eliminate it.
You know, there is another idea you can play. You can play knight c6. Sorry. Knight c6.
And try and pick up the e5 pawn.
So this gets into all kinds of tactics.
Knight, queen g6 there?
For instance, queen g6.
Doesn't look good.
Can we take on e5 still?
Well, you can, but you'll lose the e6 pawn with check. That's not going to be good for you.
No, that's not good at all.
But why allow...
So what exactly?
No, I'm going to
Queen
take with the
e6,
queen first.
king f8.
And now just give me a second.
Maybe knight f5, but then queen b7, you know? Black's in the game.
Okay, but black has no threats, no? So let's go knight e4 and bring another piece to the attack.
Then we probably do have to take on d6.
Okay, well, I'll swap back with the knight. And now I quite like my position. You can't
I
swap
also
queens.
like your position.
You can't swap queens and your king is in trouble.
Knight d6, queen a8.
Tricky. Tricky. Okay, I'm going to do a solid move now. Something like king h3 or g3. I'm not sure. Can you put it in the middle of the two squares?
No,
I sometimes do that when I analyze with my students. I normally say, okay, king here. No, I'll put it in the middle, and then we'll decide where it goes.
But still knight d4. That's the main trick black has.
Okay. Okay, but if I go king g3, then I can take the knight against this move.
You can take the knight anyway, surely.
Yes, just transposition. Okay. With the bishop. I was going to take with the bishop.
Oh, your queen's on pre as well.
Oh, sorry.
So, I guess we give check on...
And now king g3.
On h1, king g3, and now queen f3. And we would get this position
king
anyway.
King h4 was what I was thinking. And bishop g3.
Bishop
But
g3
there's a double on
would
f3.
be mate in too, unfortunately.
Ooh, so it's more tricky than I looked at. Okay, let's go back to the position a bit earlier. And here, I'm going to play a solid move. Queen d5.
Queen d5. I'm not sure you can be solid anymore. Cause
no?
I'm
you're coming that way. Oh. Okay, let's go back then. Just give me I didn't think of that. I need time. Daniel, to consider my tactics. Oof, it's difficult.
Got to say, I'm not convinced by this.
No, I think white should be winning here. I can't find the win, but
it is winning.
I think it must be winning. But if I can't find it, what was that? Nearly doesn't pay the bills, no?
Nearly doesn't pay bills.
So?
No. So maybe knight c6 is playable for black. There are all kinds of other tactics. For instance, knight f5 could be a move. Knight f5, knight takes e5, knight takes e7, knight takes e7, queen e4, knight c6, knight f3, and white wins a piece.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is that forced?
Okay.
Knight f5, black. Black could also play queen c8, but that would be acknowledging that the idea hasn't really worked.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think we should change.
We should move on. Yeah.
We should move on because Eggleston is actually still thinking of his move. He can't decide between capturing the knight or leaving it there.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let's go back to the top games. Let's open up the board where Ward is playing against Howell.
Okay, and this has proceeded basically as we thought it would.
Yes. There was an exchange on g3.
So black took on g3 instead of knight c5. We thought knight c5 might improve a bit. But black's decided knight takes g3, h3, and now short casting.
Castle, e7, rook f7,
Rook f7, king f2. So while black's taking time to recapture this pawn, white's doubling on the h-file. Very understandable chess from
Queen
both
e6,
players. Queen e6.
attacking the e3 pawn, queen d2, and now rook f6.
So black's used a bit of machinery to protect the h6 pawn.
And now bishop e2. That's a funny move.
Bishop e2.
It's always difficult for me to understand why these moves, and only played in 1 minute and a half. What's Ward doing here? He wants to go queen d4? What is there any other reason he wants to play? I mean, if he wants to play bishop d1 or bishop c2, he would just play it immediately. Or maybe he wants to go f4 and bishop f3.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Probably to play queen d4. Centralize his queen.
Queen d4 looks like the main thing that bishop
And if
e2
black
opens
plays
up.
c5, well, you go back and now you have a weakness to attack on d6. So what do you think of this? More or less equal?
I might prefer black. It's more obvious how to play the black position.
So what to do with black here?
King g7. King g7 is always good.
King g7. Let's say he plays queen d4.
c5.
You have to play it. Let me go back. And now what?
Bishop a6, for instance.
Bishop a6, hitting the c4 pawn. Okay. I do have some tricks here. Some e4 at some moment and rook takes g5. But it has to be done carefully. Probably when you capture the pawn on c4.
And then immediately e4. But then I take on e2 first before anything else.
No, I have to swap bishops on c4 and then go e4. But I need a move first.
But in response to that, I can always play queen back to e6.
Just go back to e6. Yeah, I don't think the tactics is going to work for me.
So I think Howell may have actually played this really well with short castling instead of queen takes e6.
Okay, so solid Howell, doing well here. And let's move on to the game underneath, which is Jones and Gormley, which I saw briefly before, and it looked like an interesting ending because it's 4 pawns apiece.
Okay, but a very interesting set of 4 pawns for white. I don't know. It doesn't look like white can be trying to win this, does it? To me, anyway. Because black has 2 connected pass pawns, white only has 1 pass pawn.
Look at the bishop on b1. Goes to light square, to dark square. Pawn h, light square. No, white's not going to win this. I doubt it a lot.
He can't even halt the pawns with bishop d3 because of this tactic.
Boom.
And now this.
So what's the king f3 now?
So black is playing a5 next, basically. There was nothing white can do about that. So So Gawain Jones may have underestimated Gormley a bit. We'll see how this went. So black played c6. Maybe he was thinking of playing d5, as mentioned. But just decided to give white the option of taking on d6 himself and breaking his own pawn structure. So, yeah, that was probably good psychology from Gormley.
That is committal, because now bishop b8 also has play on the king side.
Bishop b8 is
but
a big
why did
deal.
he take on d6? That was not necessary.
Take on d6?
Yeah, why did white take on d6?
Yeah, it
He
wasn't
wasn't forced
necessary.
to.
It may not be good either. Maybe he should wait for black to play d5 and then he plays b5 himself.
So maybe queen d2 here or some developing move.
Queen d2, possibly even g5 anyway, you know. g5, knight h5, g takes h6, but you'd have to calculate this.
Yes. And it's always very unclear.
Yes.
Okay, so
But
he took on d6.
The way he's played, take on g6, f takes g6. Now black has all kinds of ideas. He's got bishop b8 ideas, he's got knight d5 ideas, also rook d8 ideas, and the pawn's weak. He tries to solve it all in one with d5.
Take on e3, take on e6. And now they go to the ending.
Now we get the ending. And it's not immediately clear to me who's playing for a win.
3, 4, 5, 6, 6. The dark square bishop is strong.
White has a good passed pawn right now. So in the current game position, black has the two connected passed pawns, and I'd be curious to find out how that happens. So bishop e4 may not be the right move. Maybe white could consider playing this with a5 and knight in. Bishop e4 was an attempt to play with knight d3, yeah? Knight d3, and if knight takes e4, then knight takes f4.
Okay, but against a5, maybe black has rook d2. That could be an issue. Because the e7 pawn...
Say bishop f1.
Okay, and now if we exchange rooks and bishop d2... Knight d3. King f8.
King f8.
But this is not going to be...
Now this is fine.
Oh, and what about the pawn on b4?
Take on b7, and we get a6 as well.
Okay. Still probably a draw.
Probably. But it's white pressing now. And it's not even clear how you keep
I was thinking king
material
king
quality.
e7
Oh,
now.
king e7.
And king to e6.
But now, say bishop d3 and a6, and you have problems.
Yeah, you could easily be losing, actually. Okay, so there are other chances here. Okay, of course, this is just one
a
variation,
sample
no?
line. But
okay, so let's see what happened in the game.
After bishop
e4,
e4,
rook d2.
black did get a
Take,
queenside majority, which was quite significant, like this.
Now it's different. f4.
f4, king f8. So black sets up the blockade and creates his passed pawns. White basically had to take it now because there was that idea of bishop a3. So bishop a3 would have won a third connected passed pawn for black. A b5, cb5, king g2, knight d5, bishop d3. No, bishop d3 wasn't played. White's thinking now.
Knight d5, last move.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we think black's probably going to win this. Some of us are less set than others.
There's not much material, and my experience in these positions with not much material is that the draw is sometimes very likely.
So maybe something like waiting for black to play a4, and then
We might see a mate with bishop and knight.
and then bishop takes b5. Yeah, we could.
Do you think Gawain would force Daniel to give him mates?
No, I think he respects his fellow English grandmaster more than enough.
But you know some grandmasters don't know how to do that mate properly.
I would be surprised if Gawain makes Gormley do that.
But the world champion didn't know how to do it. That's true.
Yes, but
Ushanina.
maybe not world champion at the time.
No, she was world champion.
Ah, okay.
Or I think so. What do you think? Will he know how to do the checkmate? Of course, he must know. No, he definitely knows.
He will know the right corner to force the opponent into, and then he will make something up.
He must remember the
W
maneuver, no? Okay. But this could easily happen here.
Black's very much better. And Yeah,
I can easily see how white may have to sacrifice one or the two pieces at the end.
Yes.
Okay,
so not looking good for the second seed. Have we looked at McShane? No, we have not. We've not looked at that one in a while. But is it interesting?
Yes. It seemed in the chat they were mentioning that McShane could be winning his game against Arakemia Grant.
Okay, so the last we saw of this, white played e takes d5, and black chose after 15 minutes knight takes d5 instead of bishop g4 or cd5. Knight c4, bishop c7, perfectly natural retreat, and black just gets his last pieces developed. You could probably say black's better now already, because white's having to look at tactics involving rook a d1 in order to stay in the game. The idea is that after e4, there's rook takes d3 and the e-pawn is pinned. So bishop g6 played, and it turns out that after h6, white is not in fact regaining his material or her material on d5 because
there's the intermediate move.
Intermediate h takes g5.
That's the German word. Zwischenzug, the German word. How do you say it?
I'm not German, but Zwischenzug.
Zwischenzug, that's the word.
After knight takes d5, I'm having trouble calculating this, yeah? Knight d5, h g5, knight c7. Queen b3, queen g5, rook c8.
c8.
Rook d7 or queen e7?
Well, the knight's sort of trapped there, so...
Probably rook d7, because white might want to take on e5. And then queen takes b2, and the argument goes that black's better.
Well, the knight can't come out, and doesn't seem to be much attack.
Yeah, maybe e4, in fact. Maybe e4 and keep both attacks on the pawns.
No, this wouldn't be good for
white didn't spend
white.
any time on this. She played bishop takes h6 in 52 seconds and realised that she gets 3 pawns for the piece.
3 for the piece?
Yep.
But it's a good piece.
It is quite a good piece. It's now opened up with e4. Black could have chosen to save a pawn with b6 maybe, but it doesn't look fun. So for instance, bishop e4 happens now, and black plays queen f6, and then rook d7.
d7. There's a bit of an attack here.
You can understand why McShane didn't do this. Yeah, definitely understand.
So e4 was the move.
E4 was played, bishop e4, and now bishop b7, and now rook e5. So black might be looking for queen h5 with a queen swap.
Would you swap queens? Going for an ending with the 3 pawns for the piece?
Queen h5, maybe. But okay.
I can see a situation with queen f6, rook h5. I could go for the attack here.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what McShane did, so you're in good company.
But it looks very strong because that's what the extra piece does. If he gets the queen to e6 or f6 and then switches over the rook. But he played rook b8 here.
Rook b8, bishop c6. Now,
and now he did it with tempi.
You could expect queen e6 then, maybe.
Okay, hitting the bishop and threatening rook h5. That's a killer move. What can white do here?
Because queen f6 allows bishop takes e4.
Okay, but queen e6 allows bishop d7.
Ah, okay.
Just in time to win back the tempi.
Ah, but then that's fine.
Or maybe the bishop is misplaced here.
Bishop is misplaced. Maybe bishop b6 is an idea as well.
Okay,
so he played queen f6, allowing bishop takes e4. So presumably he has some concrete calculation going on here.
This looks good because he pins the bishop.
He pins the bishop, plays f3.
Forces f3, and
rook
now
h5 must be coming.
Rook h5 has come yet already. Oh no, but the bishop's on b6, so there must have been a check. Check on b6.
He gave a check on b6. Ah, okay, I understand why. So rook h5 would have just won the h2 pawn, yeah? Would have just won the h2 pawn, but if he gives check first, then
h1.
king f1, rook takes e4 wins a piece, or king h1 sets up mating Matisse with rook h5. Queen has to go back.
H2.
Rook takes
Lovely.
H2, mate.
Lovely. This has a name, this mate. What was it called? It's on the Wikipedia mates section. There's a whole list of checkmates in Wikipedia, and each one has a name. And this one appears, although normally it's a double sacrifice of rook. You sacrifice one rook, he takes, you bring the other one up, you sacrifice it again,
But normally that's with rook h8, king g1, rook h1.
Exactly.
With a pawn
and
on
then
g3.
And then the
then
queen
you give
comes.
The queen,
exactly.
Queen comes to h2, queen
Exactly.
comes to h1, and that's mate.
And that's the mate, exactly. So this is a nice finish for this game. And it could easily happen. Well, actually, Ketavan has just resigned.
Yeah, well, that's understandable too. So he went for the attack and he played it basically perfectly.
Very well, very well. Nice, very nice. So, Luke Bouchain notched up his third win, and he's with 3.5 out of 4, and pushes back Arakami to 2.5. And now it all depends on the games between Jones and Gormley. And the other game is Ward and Howell, to see if one of these two players will go on to 4 out of 4. Can we just briefly go back to Ward Howell?
Yeah, sure.
See how we're doing there. Very nice game by McShane there. Very well played.
Yeah. Reminds me of the time he beat me in the British Knockout Championship. It was a similar attack and just as well.
He crushed
Just
you
as well
again
done.
with one of these tactics?
Yeah.
Or okay. So, Chris has played Bishop F1. He's playing a bit strange with his bishop. It seems that he doesn't have a plan. Would that be correct to say that? Moving his bishop around? He played bishop
It
E2.
seems that way. He's played queen d4, as you said.
Then bishop D1.
And
Bishop B3.
Howell's realised where his king is best placed.
That was it. That's very well played. Puts his king out of danger.
Might be looking for bishop e8 and h5, but he's just gone to a4 for now. He can always go to e8 later.
Okay. So for the moment, he just puts the bishop on a4. So now, if bishop d1, the c4 pawn is falling.
Yes.
So bishop f1.
Bishop f1.
And this is the position. Let's see. Both players are in time trouble. 2 minutes for Howell and 2:15 for Ward. And we're on move 30. So there's still 10 moves to do.
So very much time trouble addicts, both of them. I would expect maybe if not bishop e8, then black might be playing for bishop c6 and d5. Or rook d7 and d5.
Okay. That looks good because the king on f2 would seem a bit without protection if black goes d5.
Very much without protection. Rook d7
so rook d7
and
a
d5, and
move
maybe
here.
try and bring the f rook to d6 as well, because definitely doubled rooks white is not in a position to deal with.
Okay, let's try rook d7 then. Now what would white do here?
He may not have moves, he may just have to go back with bishop e2.
Okay, let's say bishop e2, and now let's see what would happen if we
just
go d5. Takes. Where's the queen go?
Somewhere, c1 maybe?
Don't go too far away from your king. Okay, let's say c1.
c1 protects e3 as well, it's useful.
Now,
And
what have we
queen
achieved?
d6.
Queen d6, okay.
So
now we're threatening rook d2.
Idea is rook d2, and after rook d2 we're hitting the a2 pawn, and
by the way,
the idea bishop
the
b5.
bishop on a4 prevents rook d1.
Yes.
So this could be one of his
could
ideas.
Be the idea. It's a good spot. I don't know, white might have to look for tactics. But
Queen
it's
a3.
hard to believe in this.
Of course, black could play king b8 at any point before playing d5 if he wanted to.
Or he
But
could
he just played b5,
go for
that's
this
it.
because there's no real problem with it.
Oh, careful! There's a bishop takes b5 there.
Bishop takes b5.
I don't think it works,
No.
but
Bishop b5. Bishop takes, queen takes, maybe even king c6, but definitely king c8.
But then queen a8.
And then yes.
king d7. But this is always tricky.
No, not king d7 because of queen
Queen
b7
b7
winning
check.
the bishop. So maybe black has to go to c6.
These things are always tricky.
Could be messy, actually.
These are always tricky. Now queen a8 check.
And now
Yes,
chessboard
but
geometry.
now rook b1. Now you're okay.
The rook will be exchanged off. It's
Okay.
fine. But
Okay.
maybe
But I'm going to win your rook on f6, king g1. Change. And now king h2. Finally safe.
okay. Well, it's
Now you go back.
now I go back to d6,
and you're telling me
after a4
and now
I
what?
have rook f8 maybe.
f8.
Queen's almost trapped. He has a way to get out. But okay, we
It's tremendously
digress.
messy. So
we think this could be black's
He
plan.
changed his plan. He played
bishop
e8,
as I said, and
then h5.
2, he played h5.
So he's going for other ideas. Possibly h4.
Possibly he's just going to centralise a bit more. Queen e5, bishop g6,
Consolidate
and then
in
play
time
f4.
trouble, no?
Because he knows white doesn't want to play f4.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to change the pawn structure in time trouble, but maybe white should play f4.
But it's a difficult move to do now.
I think white should play f4, you know? Get a pawn on the right colour square.
Well, he's got to do it now because he's already under 1 minute.
And black might be threatening to play f4 even at this moment.
But if you go f4, what would happen if I play... Let's see. I don't even have to do anything, though, because if you take on g5, I'm going to get the pawns back.
No,
sure.
I'm going to force you to close it when I play bishop e2 next move.
Okay. Okay, well, let's close. Let's play g4. And now what do? Bishop e2. Got to get the rooks into play.
Yeah, bishop e2.
And now what can I do with black in this position? I can't move my bishop because I lose the pawn on h5. But I can play bishop f7. That's nice. So the bishop defends h5 and attacks on the long diagonal.
But then I try and make play.
a4. Okay, I'm gonna block the pawn on a4 with a5.
Now I try and make play against b6.
Rook b1. Yeah, I can see where you're guessing at. This could become a bit tricky. There's some ideas now.
Yeah.
But it's not easy because if you play queen b2, you lose the e3 pawn.
Yes. So I'd have to do something about that first. Maybe rook.
But you know, funnily enough...
h1 to e1.
No, but you don't have to because I can go queen b2 and if you take on e3, I go king f1 and you can't defend the b6 pawn.
But then
I can. I can
go
with d5. I can go
d7.
d5. I can go d5 and defend with the rook.
Black can go king d7, and if
king
white
d7,
takes, then queen
and then
takes
queen
e2.
e6. Okay.
Yeah.
So, still tricky, but
very tricky.
black is better here.
I'm not certain this was the right plan for David Howell, but then again, I wasn't certain yesterday, and it may be proved that he's correct.
Okay, you'll have to answer this question. It's the second time. The captain says, why didn't you play at the Keeler Open?
And why didn't I paint my roof today instead of doing chess-based commentary?
Okay, we'll give an answer. You have to wait. You have to stay with us until the end of the round, the captain, if you want to know the reason. Okay, this has changed. He's played d5. Let's stay with this game because they're in time trouble.
Yeah.
And it's the
the
board
top
one.
board, yeah.
So we'll try and get to the control in this game, and then we might take a small break after, and then come back to see the rest of the games and the endings. So it's a tense moment. David Howell has broken up the centre with d5, and he's less than 1 minute. Ward is also less than 1 minute. Has just played rook d1.
Sensible.
Okay, and we're on move number 34.
So black's playing rook d6.
Rook d6 probably will be played.
It looks most
And
natural
that is
to me.
also that is very threatening because it threatens d takes e4.
But also bishop f7 shouldn't be a bad move, for instance.
Okay. Okay. Howell is still thinking. Under 30 seconds already. Rook d6 played.
So now white
And now what to do?
probably must take on d5.
He has to take on d5, no?
And after rook takes d5, then the position just opened in the way that we want it to for black.
But what he's going to do is he's going to lose a piece on the file.
So queen e2 and then queen
c4.
c4 doesn't win a piece just yet.
Oh, you've got bishop
Bishop
c2.
c2.
Okay.
I don't have bishop takes f5, but I nearly do.
Okay.
Bishop takes f5, queen takes f5,
But e4, rook takes e4, no?
Yes.
And
Rook takes e4.
And I get the piece on d1 at the end.
Okay, so I can play this, but rook c5. I think bishop takes f5 just about doesn't work, unfortunately. But bishop c2 is fine.
It does work. Well, it's a problem because Chris Ward is already under 30 seconds. He's taken the pawn on d5.
Okay.
Presumably, black will recapture with the rook. And now he has to find queen e2, no? Or queen c2.
Queen c2, maybe. Because
okay, let's see queen c2.
After queen c2, c4 loses to bishop takes f5, yeah?
Okay.
Because now the detail works.
Now the detail works, yeah. Because we capture on d5 intermediate, no? The Zixin
Although
rook takes e4, rook takes d5.
It is still interesting because black can play like this.
Okay, but this is not very conceivable in time trouble.
Is the white queen trapped, though, for instance? Oh, no, it's protected.
No, this is not going to happen.
No, whatever.
Let's go to the board. Rook takes d5.
Rook takes d5.
And it's not easy to find a good move. It's under 20 seconds. Chris Ward is in big time trouble here. And funnily enough, Howard has opened up the board, opened up the position just in the moment when Chris Ward is in big time trouble. 5 moves left to get to the control.
Okay,
he's
so
played
he
c4.
played c4.
And rook d6.
Okay, c4 means that he might lose a bishop ending. So Howell will be fine with the bishop ending.
Always risky. How will Howell attack now? Let's see. Let's say he plays queen c2.
Queen c2, maybe queen d8 actually, just to get out of bishop takes f5 with tempo and threaten rook d7.
Rook d1.
It's not easy to play rook h1. You mean
rook h1? He played rook h1 straight away. Ooh, he didn't even get his queen out of the way. Ooh, this screams of combination. This screams of combination.
Screams of f4 or something.
He's going to get combinated here. He is going to get combinated here. f4. Play the move. Play the move.
Okay, and if he takes? When is queen
Bishop
c4
g6.
Ah.
He is going to get combinated. You have to play e4, I think. Or take with gf.
Okay, that's really good.
No, he played queen e6. Which is also very good.
Which is...
He threatens rook d7, but he threatens bishop a4.
Ah, bishop a4 is what he really wants, yeah.
Oh. And he still has 3... I think he's going to lose a piece. He's going to lose material. I'm sorry for saying this, but I think Chris Ward, having 3 moves left and under 30 seconds, he could easily drop a piece here. How to deal with all the threats at the same time.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. Queen e2 is still legal.
That's what he did. He did queen e2. But now bishop a4,
bishop a4,
rook d2,
rook d2.
and rook d7. And you're trapped here.
Yeah. So eventually this will lose a piece.
He's not getting out. He's not getting out of here.
But okay, what if I do not believe you and I take on h5?
Well, I could do queen takes c4, but I'm not going to. That's too easy.
And also you're a pawn down.
Well, okay, I'll lose a pawn. I'm going to do here, bishop c2 is not what I'm going to do. I'm going to play queen e8.
Queen e8 to d8.
That's my move. Attacking your rook.
And that looks like a cruncher.
Oh, I'm losing the g5 pawn as well.
How sad.
What to do.
And then you have queen d8.
But you get 3 pawns for the piece.
Yeah, might be worth...
4 pawns, actually.
Might be worth a shot, but there's also tactical threats.
Yeah, you might get mated.
Yeah. Yeah, this will be winning.
This looks bad.
White has to bail out, and this will be lost.
This will be lost because the c5 pawn is very quick. Okay, so bishop a4 played.
Bishop a4 after queen e2, yep.
We still haven't reached the time control, I think, no?
Rook c1 is also legal.
Oof, but then he goes rook d7, no? Oh, then rook d1. No,
rook c3.
Ooh, but he's not going to find this. He's not going to find this move. He did it.
He did exactly that.
He did rook c1.
Okay.
But this is very tricky. I mean, if your bishop has to move, you're out of the game. Queen e5 now?
Queen e5, rook a3.
Rook a3, but then bishop... No,
or
sorry.
rook c1. Maybe rook c1 is better.
If you play rook c1, I go h4.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so rook a3 then. And now I'm threatening rook takes h5 as well. Not that you care.
If you take on h5, I was thinking queen a1, but...
Okay, but rook a3 also threatens your bishop. You have to do something there.
Well, you're not actually threatening it. Well, yes, you are, because there's a check on a7, no?
Okay, so Howell has played rook ed7, and obviously Chris Ward must play rook c3 because there isn't another move in the position.
It must be to play rook c3. Well, I must say that Ward is playing very well.
He's defended very well under the pressure.
Under a huge pressure. Always assuming the times are correct, but
we have to assume.
We have to assume that's correct. 2-1-0. Lost on time?
Not believable.
Okay. Merriman won on board 6. Who is Merriman playing against? Hebden.
Yes.
So he converted.
So we'll just see how he did that.
He captured the F4 pawn, which was the idea you were... Do you know who Merriman is?
No.
He seems to be...
But he has now beaten 2 Grandmasters in a row, so he has to be taken extremely
Someone
seriously.
said in the chat that he was a junior champion.
Okay.
I'm going to check his rating and see what I can find.
2-2.
He's also from the Drunken Knights.
Ah, okay, yes, we said this before. Okay, so...
He's had a draw with Hanley, IM. He's beaten Simon Williams and now has beaten Mark Hebden.
Mm-hmm. When we last picked this up, he'd taken the exchange and then he went King H1 just to avoid Knight takes F3 being check. Black tried to make trouble, but after Queen D2, it was basically curtains. Black had to play Rook D3 and now Queen takes F4. Completed a very well played game. So White's just going to play E6 next. Black has no threats whatsoever. Hebden threw in the towel. Which is a shame because we've been thinking how Hebden was in good form as well.
Howell has just won his game. So maybe he did lose on time.
No, but Grandmasters don't lose on time with increment.
But Rook D7. Maybe he couldn't find a move here.
No, but we need to get this confirmed by some source other than...
Ward lost on time. But that's the chat.
That's the chat.
But why would he resign here?
What? You can't play Rook C1 and then you have only one move to make and you have 30 seconds.
But these things happen. Look, you play Rook C1. Maybe the idea wasn't Rook C3. Who knows? I'm just speculating.
Okay.
Or you're going to play it, and then at the last minute you say something, you get blocked.
Mm-hmm.
Time, no time to think about it. That's happened to me. I'm sure it's happened to you. Well, maybe it hasn't happened to you, but under 30 seconds, you got 10, you got 8, you got 5. You're about to move, and then you see something,
and then you momentarily forget the time, and then
time. In any case,
I really doubt it.
The point is there, and he can't resign. So what?
Maybe it was something like this, and he just missed that he could take the bishop.
But that,
or either he.
But you don't resign because of that. You play the moves and then resign. But maybe that's what he saw at last minute. He lost on time. I think he possibly lost on time. He just got blocked. In any case, Black was pressing here.
Black was pressing
with different ideas.
With Rook C3 to A3, Black actually may have had some problems. If Black has to now think carefully about this and retreat his stuff, then White will be...
No, of course, good. White is in the game again. Okay, well, we don't know, but in any case...
In any case, he appears to have lost on time.
The game is won.
Okay, and we have reached time control in all the games.
So it could be a good moment to have a small break.
So we make
our second break of the afternoon, and come back to see the rest of the games in the last part of the broadcast. What you can do is take away the games from the take the games off the screen.
Take the games
the ones we've already
off the
seen
screen
from the multi.
Yep.
So, for instance, we can take off here Adyar against Zakarian. We can take the Merriman Hebden.
We didn't look at the end of Adair Zakarian, maybe.
Well, I'm sure there's other. Okay, leave it there for the moment.
Ward Howell.
We'll take that one off.
Take it off because we think it's finished.
We can add some other games. For instance, I'm going to tell you the ones we could add. We could add.
So
Jackson and Hanley.
Yeah, but what's come up in the chat though? Because people have been sending us suggestions.
Well, they're talking about air and some rules, not quite clear.
Okay.
Suggestions for the moment. We can find it because he's still playing. It looks like an interesting rook end game. And we'll leave 2 slots open for suggestions from the chat. So I'm going to offer some suggestions. You can make your own game suggestions.
Okay, so Jackson Hanley actually looks the most interesting of those right now.
For the last part of the broadcast. We are taking a small recess.
Or something.
Always possible, but it is
Because
7:15.
No, but it seems like the games may have been broadcast late for some reason. And we can see Jackson Hanley, but it's frozen, unfortunately.
It's board 9. We know about that.
Yeah.
It's a frozen board. No, all the rest of the games already have 30 minutes in each, which means they've passed the time control.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we'll take that break then.
Leave them like that, and I'll also check around to see if there's any interesting games. There's a game between Richardson and Jackson that looks, but we'll have to concentrate on the.
Williams has 1 actually.
Upset has been the
Merriman definitely the find of this time.
Go into the endings and try and learn some endgame strategy with International Master Grandmaster elect Daniel. Good evening. International Master Michael Rahal here, joined by International Master Daniel Fernandez. So Daniel, how are things looking for the last part of the broadcast? What can we focus our attention on?
Well, the game that I said was most exciting before, Jackson Hanley, may have frozen a bit. But we can definitely look at the Williams win and the tense King's Indian that was Peter Shaw against Yang Fanzhou.
Okay. Would it be a good idea to take a quick look at the Jones-Gormley game? It's an ending and it could be very important for the standings of the tournament. How's that going?
This moment, it's an ending, and we can look at it. I will expect, of course, Black to win still, but it's interesting.
Gormley is on the right track? Well, actually, he's a piece up, or they're in the middle of an exchange?
Okay, so since we last picked up Jones-Gormley, they played some moves in the ending.
Okay, let's see how it
Knight d5,
progressed.
h4. So White was trying to swap off pairs of pawns with g5. Black was just pushing. Knight d3, bishop d6, king f3. This is all sensible
A4.
from both players. Knight c1, b4, g5, h takes, h takes.
Okay.
Now, slightly surprising decision maybe from Gormley to play
G6. Well,
Okay.
it's not forced, so it's a bit strange.
If he doesn't play g6, I'm not sure what White's next move was going to be.
So let's say Black played here. So let's say White plays, for instance.
Okay, so if Black...
Not easy to find. Knight e2, as in the game.
So if Black plays, say, bishop c5, it's just a move.
Okay.
It does have a point. The point is that after king f2, maybe a bishop f2.
Okay.
And we're trying to come in
Via h4 or e1,
like so.
no? Mm-hmm.
And we force our way in because, say, king f3, bishop e1, king e3, bishop h4, king f4. We have knight d5 check at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a check on c2, which is winning. So, sorry, on e3. So why did he play g6?
g6, I can only assume
He wants to break the pawns, but
he thinks this is also zugzwang.
But now White went knight e2.
White may have been able to play king g4 also. King g4 makes sense trying to support the g-pawn. Unless he saw some problem with that, of course.
Maybe bishop c5.
Maybe bishop c5.
Okay, so he went knight
He
e2.
played knight e2, knight takes e2.
have been changed, and now b3.
And white played king takes e2. So I would have expected bishop takes a4.
Knight d4 check.
Knight d4 check, king e4. Bishop
Bishop
e5,
e5.
king d3, say. You just try and eliminate the pawns, don't you? You don't really care
This
about...
is going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Because that pawn is going to fall. Well,
maybe the way
not 100%, but...
Maybe the way to do this was knight c1.
And force you into the sacrifice.
Force king e3, maybe. b3, king d2.
Now stop for a moment here. Bishop f4 check, but then king c3, that looks like a draw now.
So we can play this, and now b2, king c2,
and knight somewhere.
Knight e2, for instance. I'm still not sure this is winning.
Bishop b3 check and bishop a2. Can I hold that?
Okay, so black's operating on one diagonal only. He sticks the bishop on g7,
Okay.
It does all the work.
But how do you
Next,
win if I put
king
my
comes to
bishop
a3.
to a3?
And knight to c3, and I don't actually see how to stop that.
And then it will be zugzwang. You'll exchange the knight for the bishop on b1, and then just play a bishop move and have to come out, and then he'll be winning. But of course, this is many moves and not...
This could be a wrong variation, but I don't see what else white could do after knight c1, so maybe he is correct to take back on e2 with the king, except he has to have an idea now, because after b3...
So b3, bishop
bishop
d1.
d1. And the point is that after a3, bishop takes b3 is check. Which is regrettable from Gormali's point of view.
But then, if he can't do that, and in view of the b2, bishop c2, a3, bishop b1 is a draw,
he will have to play bishop f4.
f4, but then king d3, and this is a draw. It's just a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay, so Gawain Jones...
Well, he's actually played king somewhere. The king has arrived on g7. I don't know how he got there, but it did.
Okay.
Well, there was probably a g7 there. Exactly, g7. King f7, king d3. King takes g7.
Okay, and white's just going to take on b3, and we get a draw like so.
So...
Maybe not exactly like
Jones,
so, but I was wrong.
Jones hasn't played the middle game with precision, but he's played a good end game. But we're thinking that maybe Gormley didn't have to play g6.
Yeah. There may have been something better than exchanging black's last queenside
Although
pawn.
it was tricky.
Kingside pawn.
It wasn't completely easy. And of course, black can also play... white can force the situation here with f6. Pawn takes pawn, g6, king takes pawn. But there's no g7 there. Although there would be... that might be the reason. Maybe he was worried about something like a3, f6 check.
a3, okay, f6 check, g takes,
g6. And now check on b3
g6,
and
bishop
g7.
b3.
And now you're losing.
This is a good fancy variation, yes.
Or even sacrificing the knight on b3 in the case of b3 and then f6.
Yeah.
So that something like that was going through his head.
In this case, there's also king f8 to stop the pawns.
That is true. That is true. But you know what I mean. Maybe he's seeing things like that with a little time, and that forced him to go g6. I'm not sure. I think they were in time trouble, but I'm not completely sure. Now the game is a draw.
Yep.
And we have to move on. Okay, so that leaves the leaderboard with Howell leader with 4 out of 4.
Yep. No one else
might not play tomorrow against Max Shane because of the colours.
Yeah.
So possibly Merriman.
Merriman.
Merriman might promote, or John Ems. That's probably the most probable case. John Ems will promote to play with Howell with black, and Merriman will probably catch Luke McShane with white, with black. That's the most probable thing.
I would expect McShane to play Howell, regardless of the colours.
Well, that's not exactly correct, no, unless there's been a repetition of colours. He'll always pick up the strongest player that goes well with the colours, but not the first player with the points.
Are you sure?
In principle, that's a rule of the Swiss system. If then the other players can correspond. Mm-hmm. If you have to do more changes in the group underneath with the same points, then
someone will have to
to change. But in principle, Howard could easily play against Ems tomorrow.
Yeah.
With white, easily. And Merriman against McShane. Because the rest of the players have 3 points. Only they are with 3.5.
Okay, possibly Ghazi and Jackson as well. So
it's true. There's 2 more games to be finished. There's 3 more games to be finished. So
we'll go
still
to
unclear.
Ghazi now because that's the highest one that's still going on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ghazi against Eggleston. Okay.
Okay, and where we picked this up before was after king takes g2, and I was suggesting maybe knight c6 with messy tactical variations.
Or the exchange of the bishop for the knight, which looked promising for white. But he went queen f8.
Queen f8 looks fine.
Hitting the bishop. Bishop g3.
The point is probably to take the g3 square away from the king, because he then plays queen a8 check.
Okay.
Maybe there was a subtlety there.
And he
And
blocked
after
with
knight
the
f3, knight c6. So he plays basically the same way that I wanted to, but with some extra tempo, so his queen is already on a8. He's not had to play king f8.
Okay.
He's safe.
So queen e4. And now he came on the second rank with queen a2 check. King h3. And now knight d8.
Knight d8.
The knight is being attacked. He protects the pawn on e6 and
yeah.
also
Knight
controls
on
the
d8
f7 square, which is important.
Everything apart from the entry route queen g6, queen e8.
Exactly.
So white is going to have to play along those lines.
But first he goes knight c8, attacking the bishop.
I'm not sure what this accomplishes. Maybe
well,
okay.
It does threaten queen d3 in some variations.
He will have thought queen d3 wins a piece, and does it? So could he have played queen d3 here?
Why didn't he? Queen a7 is not valid.
Because of queen a8.
And hitting the knight on f3.
So the variation would go like so. And then he must have just seen that this is perpetual check.
But is it?
I'm not sure if it is, but you can definitely see why someone would reject a choice based on this.
Although it isn't.
It isn't.
However, and there's a check on a7 afterwards. However, king g2 could be...
If we continue with queen f3...
Or queen g2.
Queen d2 maybe in this case.
But queen g2 may be the move.
Queen g2, queen d1.
Yeah, similar. But it's tricky because if the bishop comes to e7, it's mate. it can't, but...
Yeah.
It's tricky. Okay, well, it's a long line, so it's easily... You could easily have missed something there.
So is there another move, basically, other than queen a8? Maybe queen a1 with similar play? Do those details work in
No,
better?
because I block with the knight if you play queen a1. I take the knight and block with the knight on h2. It has to be queen a8.
No, but I'm playing queen f1 check, is the point.
Oh, okay.
Queen f1 check, and if king h4, then now this doesn't work so well for you, because you got mated.
Okay.
Queen f1 check, and if king h2, then I go back here.
Okay.
And if you go to g1 instead of h3, then queen takes f3
and I attack
will be tempo on the bishop.
Okay, he probably saw one of those 2 variations, that's why he rejected. But probably his original idea was to do queen d3 when he played knight c8.
Yes.
And then change his mind.
That's consistent with knight c8. But he decided to play g5 instead, sacrificing the b3 pawn. Queen takes b3, gh6, gh6. And now he does want to play queen g6 check. But why didn't he? Queen g6 check, king h8, maybe he lacks a move. King h8, he wanted to play maybe knight d6, but knight on d8 also covers mate. So queen g6, king h8, he would have had to do something about the f3 knight anyway, so he decided to do that first, at a moment when black can't take on c4.
King g4.
And black chooses to stop queen g6 check
with bishop g7
check with bishop g7.
Although, this is where they get the new 30 minutes. Not that he spent 30 minutes on that move.
No.
So King
maybe he did.
Well, that would leave him with practically no time. No, he has more than 20 minutes. So that's probably the new addition of time. So King g4, bishop g7,
bishop g7, knight
d6,
knight f8, and we have queen f4 on the board.
Knight f8, and probably the last move of white is queen f4.
So it does look to me like white's playing increasingly trick-based chess. You know, he's not managed to go through on the g6 e8 invasion diagonal. He's now thinking of bishop h4 attacking the defender of f7.
But he's lost a pawn now.
He's lost a pawn in the process. But okay, for instance, black can even think about allowing this. For instance, with queen c2. If bishop h4, queen g2, and there isn't a good way to block that. So queen c2 might be a valid defense. And if king h3 back, then I'm not sure this can be a serious try for an advantage.
Queen d3 maybe?
Queen e2, I'm thinking. And if bishop h4, then we just play like this anyway.
Knight c6, check.
Queen f7, check, we play king h8. There's no mate. If bishop f6, knight on f3 is hanging. Pawn on e5 is also hanging.
Let's check on f1.
I'm skeptical about... Yeah, check on f1 is also a thing. And okay, there is a possibility that white would fall for, queen f1 check, king g4, queen takes f3.
And the double. But you can play bishop g3 here. But how to progress? With knight h4 g6.
That makes sense. But black is playing in the meantime like so.
Yeah, this is very tricky. This is very
maybe
tricky.
not like this, because...
Knight takes and you take on f7 with check.
Okay, this is messy.
No.
But I think black is doing well.
No, but white's not going to lose this now, because you take on
h6
and get the knight out of the way and
play some move like
can't
this.
lose this.
And,
It's not enough pawns to win. So, still tricky, but with good play by both players, could be a draw.
With most normal moves, I like black's position. So this queen c2, for instance. With
But can you win this position with his extra pawn? That's unclear, no?
It's on b6. It's not going anywhere.
And he has passive pieces.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check the game of Lawrence. Because
it's a fan favourite.
He's a fan. They're talking about it in the chat. And it's a rook ending.
It's a rook ending.
Wow. 2 pawns down. Poor Lawrence. Not his tournament.
No, decidedly not.
Not his tournament.
In the broadcast, okay. And Lawrence Trent's game.
Not his tournament.
Okay, so we last saw this a long time ago when they were going into this ending.
Yeah, but let's go through more or less.
Rook b8 wants to go rook d2.
Castle,
which
rook
is,
d2,
for
rook
the
f2.
moment, countered appropriately because...
Well, he can't take the pawn.
He may be able to take the pawn. Say like this.
Okay. But we considered
and
king
then
d4, king c5.
King c5.
Yeah, white is never going to be worse here, and
No.
he could easily have good winning chances. Okay, so king f8.
King f8.
Knight b1, forcing the issues. Take.
But maybe he missed that the pawn can be taken now.
To the check. He missed that. Well, he gets the pawn on c6 back.
Or maybe he didn't miss it, but he missed something down the line, like rook c6, rook d2, yeah?
Okay. Well, if he has an advantage, he lost it here.
It's not clear why he didn't take on c6, actually. Oh, no, he played rook c5 to gain tempo so that rook c6 comes at the right moment.
Okay,
so
attacking the knight on f6.
Okay, so this makes sense as a calculation. He didn't miss anything.
Okay, knight d5.
Knight d5, knight d5, rook d5. He may... I don't think he's better anymore.
2 checks. Well, not 2 checks, but the a2. This is
no, if he takes on c7, check doesn't work because king h2.
Well, he can go rook d2 straight away. But the check is okay. It doesn't...
I would go rook a5 as well.
Oh, even better. Yes.
Rook a5, so now a7 is not going.
It's probably a draw.
White goes knight c4, white tries to attack this, and black's fine.
Black is not worse here.
No.
Probably a draw, but black is not worse. So he went knight c4.
And now probably black played exactly the right move. He played bishop b1. If he has to go passive defending the pawns with rook d7, then the day is not going to end well for him.
Yeah, we can go king f2, even centralizing the king.
He goes king f2. He may
the rook will go to a6 later on.
Maybe setting up some tactics based on g4 and a double
and
attack.
c5.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop b1
bishop b1
active.
Very
a6,
commendable. Rook a6.
Bishop
and now
d3.
Back.
And now we go straight to the rook ending. Take. Rook c5, rook a4. King e7, king f2.
Okay,
He's got an extra pawn, but it's funny that he ended up with 2 pawns less. Although the game's ended in a draw. What happened here for him to lose the 2 pawns?
So king f2, king d6, king e3, g5. So black was actually a lot more active. White clung to his extra pawn, maybe. G5, rook G5, but in principle he's still trying to win this, as he should. H4, king E4, C6 is a good move because White's idea was to play F5 check. So if Black plays some non-move, then
F5, rook A6. Okay.
With the idea of rook A6. F6, sorry, Black played C6 even, king F3, king F5. All Black's pieces are playing the right role, really.
Now he tries to push the A pawn.
And now Black used the pattern of just blocking the three pieces. This is
basically a draw now.
This is well known. Rook B7, king G6.
Rook B3.
So obviously White had a choice to repeat, but chose not to. He tried to put the rook behind the pawn.
Okay, it seems logical. Rook
Very
A3,
logical, but he misses the
king
F4
F5.
pawn.
So, well, he probably saw it, but he thought his pawn could run.
And now slightly surprising, rook G4 rather than rook E4 check, because if he's trying to get back, maybe this is the place to block it.
Correct.
He played rook G4.
He blocks it in A8.
Okay, yeah, there's a trick. There's a threat of rook G3 check, of course. So that's why White has to lose a tempo. That makes sense.
The G2 pawn, king E5.
King E5.
A6, check,
Black
goes back.
sends back the white king first and then blocks the pawn, which is commendable.
But now this is a draw because...
But, okay, now White has to be careful.
You have to eat pawns and try and draw.
Now White has to be really careful. King C5 is the right move. C5 wouldn't have posed a problem. But like this, I'm not sure. Is Black trying to win if he plays rook G8?
Instead of?
He is. Rook G8 in this position.
That's what he did, no? Oh, yeah. He did rook B8.
Rook B8 first. Yeah, Lawrence could be in quite big trouble here. I assume he still goes for the same strategy, rook F1, but now he's not in time.
Well, if he goes rook B2, rook G5 will cut off his king. He could play rook F1.
Maybe he's playing with king C5. Yeah?
Yes, but I don't see... Yeah, but it's H and F, but the king's far away. But maybe this is enough for a draw. Because he does threaten some perpetual checks with the king and the two kings looking at each other.
Right now he's also threatening rook B7
and check. So for instance, F5, rook A1, rook B1, and rook A1. This is well known, rook D6. No, this is going to be a draw.
This I'm not so sure about.
This would probably be a draw.
Yeah, White's well centralised. He should have enough play to draw.
But of course, White has to
be a little bit careful.
So
he may have been lucky that his opponent wasn't absolutely up to the task of playing for a win with the extra 2 pawns. But understandably, Black was also fine to draw with 500 points less and Black. So the game finished rook G2, rook F7, check, king A6, king C6, draw.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't end up eating the pawn, but yes.
Okay. So that was Lawrence Trent.
So Joe Fatala, who I don't have the pleasure of having met, playing very well and drawing a game against a player with how many points?
Now
nearly
1.5.
500 points more than him on the rating list. So
yes.
Well played, Joe. Okay, let's go and see some other games.
So we have Peter Shaw against Yang Fanzhou on board 10, is it?
Jackson Hanley has finished in a draw, but Shaw Zhou is very interesting. Could be near the end.
This looks very near the end.
From what I'm seeing on the board. Let's see if we can consider this position.
So Black played knight c7 instead of what we thought was a bit impatient, g4.
A5.
White continues trying to open files. Black realizes he needs another attacker and he brings it to f6 at the right moment.
Take. He's opened up the 2 files, but the attack is very strong.
So what White's
very
done,
fast.
What White's done is also what we said of trying to get the light square bishop
strategy.
off.
But of course, the rook on a3 is attacking. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces attacking. To play carefully to defend against the attack. Bishop f3.
Okay, at this moment, White should probably try and be a bit clever, you know? Maybe defend a bit less passively. Bishop h4 comes to mind, and if this, then possibly rook b8?
Rook b8. But
you have to calculate, but maybe rook b8.
But he's not going to do this. He'll play bishop g5 instead of capturing the pawn.
Or you give check first.
Yeah.
You give check first,
and
and
then-
black
then-
plays king h7,
and then
because
rook
if
b8.
king g8, then rook b8 will be good.
Exactly. But he can play bishop g5 when you play bishop h4.
Okay, black plays bishop g5, but we play queen e1.
Ah, okay.
Knight g4, bishop g5, rook g5, queen h4 check, and white is active.
But the thing is, he can play queen d8. He's not going to capture the pawn until the good moment. Queen d8 or rook g7, something like that.
Rook g7, but still white's queen is getting to h4 if he wants to.
But he might have tried this.
Yeah, I'm missing something, obviously. I'm missing knight takes e4.
Oh, and the pawn on e4 is hanging as well.
Yeah.
That's why he played bishop f3.
That's not
to defend the
fantastic
pawn.
advice.
That's why he played bishop f3.
Actually, bishop h4 may not be such a bad move in spite of that, but for another day. Say knight e4, bishop f3, knight c3, queen c1. That's rubbish. Yeah, so bishop f3 by white, but now black just gets his attack going in the stereotyped fashion. Maybe he could have played knight e3 as well, but he chose to do it slowly, thinking that white has no counterplay. And he was probably right, but white did have a choice here of playing rook b7 and just asking black what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. King g6 he'd probably play here.
Yeah, king g6.
Try and get the queen to the h file somehow. Queen h7, queen
Maybe
g8,
we try
h7.
and
And
double. Can we double? Maybe we can double.
But I'm going to mate you. Queen g8. Or queen h8. Queen f8. Queen f8.
Queen f8.
But it's the same thing. Rook b7, queen h6.
Rook b7, queen h6, and then
You are going to be mated on the h file, my friend.
yeah, about that.
Oh! But even now, knight takes.
Queen takes. You can play queen takes.
Queen takes.
And knight takes h5 covers g7, and
So,
rook takes
rook takes
d3
d3.
is on. Okay.
Ooh. But these are mind-boggling tactics. I mean, so many lines. And that's just one line
Yeah.
of 7 moves. I mean, very difficult for the players.
I don't believe the variation is correct for 1 second, but that's just an idea.
But that's one line and one idea.
Yeah. So rook 6 b3, white wants to try and trade pieces, but they're the wrong pieces, really, because black's attack is based on the rook on h8 and maybe the knights.
Knight f2.
And it's not based around the bishop, because white's happy to exchange that, which he does now. He doesn't,
Now he has access
exchange
to the black squares.
his knights. This might have been a good moment for white to consider knight takes e5.
Knight g3.
I'm not sure it works. Knight g3, queen b2. Is there mate? Ah! Okay, I see. There's a tactic here.
Knight h3.
No,
No,
it doesn't work because of this, but that's what I saw.
Ooh.
Okay,
But it's near. Just a moment. But I can take the knight and play queen f6.
that is correct, but I can play queen c7.
King g6.
King g6, e5. Maybe this is becoming a bit messy.
Ooh. But you're going to lose here. Because something bad is going to happen to you. With knight takes f3.
Knight takes f3.
And now
Do I actually have to take that back?
You don't have to, but you are going to, because if not, I play knight takes e5.
I'm not sure that would be a bad outcome. You know, I play king
So
f2.
king f2.
I don't necessarily want to allow you rook h1 check. Because you're going to play rook h1 and queen h4, I guess.
Okay, knight takes e5.
Knight takes
And
e5.
now, can I play rook e8 or not?
I want to play knight e4 check for black, actually. But okay, rook e8. Take.
Queen d4.
Queen d4, king f3. Don't believe this for black.
Queen e3 check.
Is protected.
Knight take. Queen d3 check.
Oh, queen d3 check.
Knight h5.
King.
Oh! You're getting out of all my tactics.
Okay, so
Okay, but I'm looking for a draw in the best case scenario, so this obviously is not the
but
correct.
even here, I can play this. Here, you can win the rook,
I was hoping that
and you have no pawns left.
I was hoping to make 2 here, but it's not going to happen either. So no, I do have. Oh no, if Queen F4, Rook E5, no, you block. Okay, let's go back to the position. These are fantasy variations in any case because
they won't be right
for sure.
But we're thinking
we're going very fast.
E5, Knight takes F3, King F2 might be interesting. But equally well, I think Knight E4 is good here for black.
Okay.
Knight E4, and if Rook takes, then Queen B2 check. Maybe.
But Rook E2?
Rook E2, Queen D4, King F3, Queen D3.
Queen D3. But this is for... Oh yeah, Queen G3 and mate.
King F2, Queen G3 is not mate.
Ooh.
This is fascinating.
You can't carry on with this variation then.
Okay.
Because probably something's missing earlier, no? But it goes to show how in these positions, as the black king is also weak, even though it looks as white is being mated, there are counterattacks and counter possibilities.
Yeah.
But you have to find them. The thing is,
it's
not so easy to find this knight takes pawn and then queen b2. Okay, so what happened in the game? Knight h5, queen c2?
For one thing, black can take and play queen h6.
That's also very strong and probably simpler.
And then white plays queen b2 anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And we get different versions, but here black is the queen in front, so...
Probably easier if there's not a perpetual. But with the knight next to the king, there probably isn't a perpetual.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so...
White played queen c2 because he didn't see this possibility or found something wrong with it that we don't know about.
Then take on f3 and knight g3, no? Or knight g3.
Knight g3 immediately.
King f2, rook b8.
Rook b8.
Now he's threatening queen a3 and other moves like that.
Yeah, he's switching the front of the attack. Maybe white had to play rook b1 in this position. But I don't believe in that because now his...
Now the c4 pawn forms.
Now his queen is tied down to the defence of the mate on f1.
This can't be possible.
King g1, queen a3, and he's probably more or less dead now.
Rook b1.
b1 played, take on f3, gf3,
take
queen f3.
If he takes the rook, two checks.
This will be mate.
Oh yeah, okay.
Either way around.
So he goes...
So he plays knight f2, but after rook h8, there will be mate appearing on the board on h1.
And
white
he
gave
has
one check.
Resigned after rook b7 check.
King f6, and because the next move will be rook h1, white resigned.
Okay, let's go to the game of Jackson, because it seems the game ended in a draw, but it all seems to indicate that Jackson underestimated his position.
Jackson underestimated his position?
Seems so, because he gave a draw. He accepted a draw in a position where he has a very strong attack here.
Okay, so
that's what they're saying in the chat, at least.
This is a game we've not seen at all because the board was glitched out at the start.
Okay.
So,
but do you think it's a good idea to go through it? Okay, let's go.
So
we
flicked through. The Steinitz Rahal seems to be quite popular these days.
But this is the siesta variation, no? With the f5.
The siesta variation.
Is that what it's called? I think so.
You're the Spanish one.
Well, it's internationally called siesta.
Is it now?
Let's ask our viewers if it's called the siesta variation with f5.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
The bishop g5, knight f5, queen f6, queen g4. Maybe knight g3 was good.
But not because of the siesta Spanish sleeping thing. I think it's named after some other Italian thing.
Oh, okay.
I'll try and find it afterwards. The siesta variation.
So it does look solid for black at the moment. Knight f5, c4, white's trying to develop an attack, but black's doing well.
Yes.
For instance, after...
Is the Ruy Lopez siesta variation sound? Bishop a4, d6, c3, f5?
Okay.
Okay, so the modern Steinitz defense, siesta variation. So it actually does exist.
And it has sublines, including the Kopayev variation, which I've never heard of in my life.
Which one is that? Where did you see that?
Top.
Oh, the Kopayev variation. Oh, putting the bishop on d3, yes. I've seen that.
Okay.
But I don't know how it works, but okay.
Yeah, okay.
That's one of the reasons I never play c3 against the Steinitz deferred. I play bishop takes c6 and d4.
Mm-hmm. As we discussed.
Because I don't want to see the siesta variation, because I know this variation with bishop d3 is probably unsound, but you have to study a lot of theory and it's easier to play bishop takes c6.
Okay, so there may have been a problem with knight takes e4, which would be queen e7, rook f4, and then queen b4.
Okay.
I think. Or else maybe not queen b4, but... I'm not seeing the tactic. Why did white not take on e4?
Queen e7.
Queen e7, rook f4, and knight takes d4. Yeah, okay, that's it then. Yeah.
Yeah, because the knight is hanging at the end. Okay, so he played rook f4.
Rook f4 first, and then
knight b4.
Knight b4.
Now he's going to d5.
Rook f1, b5, bishop d1, knight d3. Yeah. So black seems to be
I'm
doing
thinking
well.
he should have exchanged the knight for the bishop on c6 before.
Yes. So
but by not doing that...
At this moment, but now black can take back with the queen, yeah?
But he probably had to do that. Well, there's a pawn down, no?
I'm not sure. His position might just be bad anyway.
Mm-hmm.
This c4 might have been over-optimistic from him.
Yeah.
Anyway, knight d3 happened. Rook takes e4, queen g5. So black could be eyeing up various tactics involving knight takes e3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it actually works right now, but it's possible. Also knight d6. Knight d6, rook takes f1, and then doubling on the f file.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e2, knight d6 happened then. And black did try and double on the f file, but white was on time with the counterplay.
King g7 and rook g4.
So you get the feeling black kind of lost his way somewhere.
Where?
Maybe
knight
here.
d6.
After bishop e2, there's knight takes b2. Is there anything wrong with grabbing a pawn?
And it's a good pawn. Why didn't he capture that pawn? Why didn't he capture that pawn? That's a fantastic pawn. Now we have two passed pawns. Well, the c4 passed pawn and the b5 passer as well.
Presumably something to do with knight d5.
But
it's
there's nothing
very
there.
Speculative.
Rook f4 maybe.
Rook f4.
The idea is e4.
But if you play e4, take on d4.
Yeah, but something to do with the queen getting to h7 at some point. But it doesn't seem correct.
No.
But
who
knows?
I imagine something like c5 or rook e8 or any other move that makes sense. But he didn't take on b2, and as we were saying before, we think black's lost the plot a little bit.
d2, knight d1, a5.
So he has no way through with his pieces, and if he tries queen f5 to go into an ending, then you imagine that the d-pawn will drop off at some point, don't you?
Rook f4 maybe now?
Rook f4.
Or rook g3?
Or rook g3 to f3.
But rook f4 is probably stronger. And then king f2, e2. So that pawn's going to fall down. It's going to drop off.
Yeah. Queen f5 would have been on principle the move that I wanted to play, because definitely white's counterplay is gaining pace now. Black queen is offside, so black was trying to solve that with his knight h6. He was also trying to counteract white's idea of queen d3 to pick up the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Knight h6, rook e4.
Knight f7.
Knight f7. So what does that want?
He wants to go to g5, I think.
I am not convinced by knight f7. If queen f5, there was queen d3. That's the problem, right?
He defends f1. He's defending f2. And he threatens to take the pawn and everything is defended. Yeah, it's because there's no other move. He has to still keep creating threats.
Okay,
he needs the knight to create threats.
Knight creates threats, yeah.
But the other one pins. The other player pins.
Black's definitely lost his way now, because the knight's pinned.
Is it a check?
I don't know, maybe he should still be moving the knight, you know?
Now?
Yes. Because if he's tied both the queen and knight down, he will not be losing anytime soon.
So queen g5, no?
Knight g5, queen c7, king h6, say.
Ooh.
Can we play like this? No, that's mate in 1. No, we can't play like this. We can play rook f7 though.
f7. And take.
Take. White has to go back. That's the point.
Okay.
And now, for instance...
Knight g5 again,
give check or knight g5.
Yeah, keep the check for later on. Because you can't play knight f2 because of check, so...
So both these pawns are immobilized. After d5, black takes on e5 with check. And after e6, black takes with the knight.
Now black can play h5, h4, knight e4, g3.
Black has all kinds of threats. Like this.
It's funny how easily we come up with a winning solution. But of course, move 35, not much time. Capablanca named it after the Hotel Siesta in Budapest where he was staying when he first played it. So that's the
We
reason.
have some really cultured people in this chat.
So that's the reason that the name is Siesta.
Okay.
The Siesta variation.
But the hotel name would be from the Spanish word, presumably.
Maybe. Although it was in Budapest.
Yeah. So any Hungarian speakers in the chat can tell us what siesta means in Hungarian.
No, but it's a logical name for a hotel.
Yeah. But because of the Spanish word.
Because you sleep in hotels.
Yes.
And siesta means asleep at midday.
Yes. But
So
maybe
we
not in
don't
Hungarian.
You're thinking that maybe siesta has a meaning in Hungarian.
Yes. Because you were
Okay.
suggesting that siesta might not be originally from the Spanish word.
Not because yes, but okay. We'll wait for
It's
Hungarians
complicated,
to come and tell us
Definitely.
the meaning.
Okay, so
But I think it comes from the Spanish word.
so maybe knight g5 was the correct solution. In fact, that's our best guess at the moment.
But it's not so easy to see that the two pieces are tied down. Now I can see it clearly on the board. But in my mind, at the moment of playing it, you might have doubts about that because he does have two passed pawns.
Yeah, I mean, there will be lots of variations that are not clear. For instance, e6 here. You'd have to see that you can defend the knight, like
and,
so.
and promote.
Mhm.
Okay,
So he played queen e1 check, king h2. I assume rook f1 is fine as well.
and now
And black tries to play c5. Okay, maybe this was a valid idea too.
no, rook f1 is not good because knight takes f5. Knight takes e5.
Rook f1, knight takes e5, queen c7, and rook f7, yeah?
I didn't see rook f7, but
No,
I thought this must
because
be good.
now queen takes e5.
No,
It's
but
check.
we can play
We can play king h6
exactly.
with a beautiful motif. Yeah, the rook is pinned,
Yes,
and queen could take on e5, but f1 is attacked too much.
exactly.
So rook f1 wasn't good, that's a good spot.
But king h2,
King h2, c5.
c5, and now if he takes, then we take on e5.
So dc5,
Queen takes
queen
e5.
e5, queen d2, g5.
g5,
And now if queen d4, gf4, because this is protected.
exactly. This is winning. Yes.
Otherwise, queen d4 would defend everything.
Yeah.
So white had to be on time with the decoy,
e6
which
pushes the queen
solves
away.
the problem like so. So
Take on
maybe
d2.
after e6 there was another move, but at this stage it's not clear anymore. Knight d6, rook f8, king f8,
Yeah,
dc5.
this is unclear.
There's also queen c5.
Queen
you know?
takes e5. No, this is completely unclear. He has to capture the pawn. Queen takes e6. This looks like the only move.
Queen e6, queen d2, and now white's out of danger because he's eliminated the d2 pawn. Material is still level though, and black would have thought after rook d8 he's threatening pawn on a2 and also threatening c takes d4. With c takes d4, rook takes d4, queen e5 would be winning the rook. So white protects d4 with this and starts counterplay with knight e3.
Mm-hmm. And this is leading to the final position.
So the point is to cut the board in half with the next move
d5,
d5
and then go for the attack.
Yeah.
Okay, so black plays a4, d5, a3,
And now
queen f2.
precisely queen f2. And
And more or less here is where we're going to
so black could have defended with rook f8 maybe.
just a moment here. Queen b1. Have we got that move on the? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So presumably the idea was after rook f8, white is actually going for the ending.
okay,
And either b3, knight c4,
okay,
or queen f2, rook f2, ba3, and
rook a8,
picking up
knight c4.
the pawn.
Okay,
Although now it's not so simple, you know. Maybe knight c2 instead is better.
okay. This would be probably a draw.
This should be a draw. It's just a repetition of
Okay.
moves, yeah, like so.
Okay, but black played
Black played knight e5.
a5, knight e5. Ambitious.
Very ambitious. So now queen h4, setting up various mating ideas that threats queen
And
f6.
attacking the rook.
Yeah.
And also possibly knight f5. There's a huge amount of tricks here. This was very ambitious. Why did he move his knight away from the king? Of course, he wants to do he wants to fork on d3. But okay,
So Queen B1, King H2, Rook E8. Black
And
reckons
here he
that-
offered the draw.
Okay.
And Jackson was under 4 minutes. His opponent had 15 and accepted.
Okay.
So how could the game progress?
I'm guessing this is the logical continuation.
Okay. But it is check.
It's check.
Can we go knight c4?
Knight c4 doesn't threaten knight h6. But if you're looking at an engine, then you'll be right, yeah?
No engines. But if he takes, you check on f7.
Yeah.
This is
So
not check.
black plays queen e1.
Oh.
And this is a good move because black's idea is knight takes c4, and then after queen f7 check, king h8, the rook on e8 is protected.
Okay.
d6 maybe.
Take and check and d6 or d6 straight away? D6 straight away.
You
Yeah,
You
but
said this
it's
idea.
not working because I think you have a g5 here.
g5, yes. So d6 immediately might be good.
But this is so tricky.
And now, for instance, something that you'd have to look at in a game is knight d7.
Knight d7. Check.
And if you're going to take that knight, then maybe this becomes a queen.
So,
you know?
so tricky. But this is winning for white. Rook h4. Rook f7.
h4, h5.
No, rook f7. Rook f7.
Yeah.
Rook f7. This must be winning.
Rook
for white.
f7. Is there a move? Maybe queen e6. No, that's still mate.
This must be winning for white.
Okay, so after d6, what's the threat actually? If I play a2.
Now I want to play knight takes d7. Knight e5.
knight
Queen
takes e5.
takes. Queen f7. And now d7.
Okay, and if rook d8?
That's the problem. I can't play rook h4. So I am absolutely dead here. And I can take an a2, but you take the rook. So I'm dead.
Yeah, and the rook's
So
pinned.
it was very tricky.
If the rook wasn't pinned, you could have queen f8 ideas.
It was very tricky. So he played knight g4, no? No, that's our idea.
No, rook e8 and the game finished. But
Okay.
we think the way to play on was queen f6, king g8, knight g4. Or knight c4. But probably knight g4.
In this case,
So knight g4,
take.
take, queen e1, similarly, I guess.
and this would be a draw by repetition. Unless there's
there's d6.
Well, we can take pawns on a3 first.
Okay, we can do that.
And now d6.
Now d6. So right here, the rook on f4 isn't pinned.
And the threat is d7.
So
So play a2, d7.
If a2, then
Check and then d7.
now this is working, I think.
Or d7 straight away. You can play d7 straight away. It's stronger.
Okay. Yes. So there's no rook d8.
Because if he promotes, you play check and mate.
Yes. Okay. So d6, black would still have to play queen e5.
But now we're at
Now
tempi
still
up,
d7.
And white is winning.
Uh-huh.
Check, check, and queen.
Okay, so we gain the tempo basically by forcing black to do the taking.
Funny enough, yes.
With knight c4, queen e1, white does the taking on e5, and then black brings back the queen to the square where it's required at the right time.
Okay, look for a move which is not queen e1 after the exchange of knights. Is there any other move here?
Rook a8. Spectacularly
Rook
irrelevant.
a8.
Black pretends white is doing nothing.
But now white has a draw if he wants.
Yeah.
That's why he probably took it. But let's say you play...
No, but this will be winning, for instance, like so, yeah?
d6.
Rook f7, and we
Okay,
mate on g7.
but he'll play queen takes b2 here.
Ah,
No, push the d pawn. The
Push
d
the
pawn must be
d-pawn,
winning.
yeah.
It must be winning.
push the d pawn,
a2.
and queen takes b2
Now we check
here.
and continue pushing. And now we threaten queen e8.
Okay, so queen g7,
Queen e8.
queen g8.
Tricky. Go back one move. D7.
Okay, there's also rook e4.
Rook E4.
That's ridiculous subtlety. Maybe queen g7, now there's this idea.
And D7.
And the idea is also after a2.
But
After
look,
a2, d7, there's no check.
But this is so tricky. I mean, okay, Jackson, he's less than 4 minutes. But I think the question, what I normally teach to my students in these situations, they're playing against a stronger player, in principle, on the paper, and they're receiving a draw offer. And they don't know whether to accept or not.
Yeah.
And they're sort of starstruck because of the strength of their opponent.
And this guy's just beaten Nick Putt with black, so probably not in this case.
No, he's just beaten a grandmaster, but now we're today and we have a stronger player in front who's offering me a draw.
Yeah.
In a position which I'm not sure. I might think I'm better, but I'm not sure.
Yes.
So I always tell my students, try and consider what you would say if the draw offer came from a weaker player than you. And if the answer is no, that is the answer you have to give the stronger player as well.
Mm-hmm.
So because if not, it's as if you're lying to yourself. It's better to play on. If you think you're better, play on, because if the position is bad, the only difference is a stronger player might find a resource that a weaker player won't find. But you have to try and win those games.
Yes.
The opportunities, because many times I've done a draw in these situations, and then the next day with another type of player, lost. It's like a sort of divine punishment. You took a draw when you should have been winning and played on. Now you're going to lose.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll pay very attention to Jackson tomorrow to see how his game goes. But maybe he should have continued in this position.
Yeah, maybe because of black's knight e5, he was given an opportunity after a very good defence, we should say.
So when he was offered a draw, at the moment
after rook e8,
he should have said to himself, I can't judge what's happened here. He might have just thought the position was a draw. But if he's thinking, what would I do if instead of a 24-41, my opponent was a 2000?
Mm-hmm.
Would I say yes? Would I play queen f6 and continue playing? That's the key question.
Okay.
And if the answer is, I would play check, of course, and keep my attack going, then you should do it against the international master as well. Of course, he has the draw when he wants, no? He can do the check, play knight g4, and then repeat moves, no?
If he sees the idea of knight g4 at all. If he was going to play d6 in this position, that's a different question.
Okay.
Maybe if he plays d6, he's no longer...
Well, if he loses, he loses.
Yeah.
But what would he do against a 2000 player? That's the question. Would he continue?
Me, if I saw knight g4, like I just did, I would have played on, because I know I can always play queen f7 back to f6.
Okay. So always tricky. Always tricky.
Okay, do we have anyone else still going on?
So, nearly all the games are finished. Gassi is still... No, it's a draw. Well, I think it's... Well, all the main boards are finished. So, it might be time to...
So we'll just...
To wrap the round up.
I don't know. Did we look at Williams' win in the end?
No, let's check how he finished off the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be a good way to finish the round, because all the main games are finished.
Okay, so we last saw this after bishop g5 from black. So we have knight g4, normal enough.
Okay.
Rook c8, rook goes to c1 as I thought it would. And now I think black should be playing for e5, you know?
Yes, rook f5 is a strange move. Somewhat just doesn't coordinate with the rest of the pieces. There are too many pieces on the fifth line. Why did he play rook f5? What's he thinking of there?
He's looking for an economical way to defend the b5 pawn. So the idea is rook f5, queen b5, bishop f3.
But using tactics, but putting pieces on strange squares, no? That's not the square for the rook.
If he plays queen d7, there's c4. So the way to defend with the queen would have been queen b7.
That is a more
That is a more natural move. And then you try and play rook f e8
and e5.
and e5.
Put your pieces on good squares, and good things will happen to you, Daniel.
Maybe white's playing queen e2 and still trying to force c4 through.
I'll find a solution. Maybe rook e8 against c4, bishop c6.
Or against,
is it so bad?
Against c4 you played this.
I might have tactics.
Nice.
Because there's no mates.
Yeah.
But in any case, you have to put your pieces on good squares.
So rook f5 was played, king f1, which is the maneuver we envisaged before for white to try and get the bishop.
Well played by Simon.
Out by this method. Bishop h4, bishop goes to g1 and is promptly traded off. And now white should be really happy.
Yeah.
He's got rid of his problem piece.
Comparatively, he has a much better position now. And the rook on f5 is clearly misplaced.
Now he goes for over-defending with
Look
knight to f1.
Look what he's doing to his knight. He's bringing it to a better square.
Then g4. No, the square is e4, right, that we want to go to?
Yeah, but he's going all around, no? But now he stops. Now he doesn't move to d2.
Okay, he plays queen d3 for tactical reasons. So if knight d2, there was rook takes c3.
Okay. So he stops that first?
Stops it first, and then after queen a3, he realizes he can't go to d2 and d4, maybe.
So why can't he capture the queen on b2? Something's missing here. Oh, no.
Queen on...
It's white turns.
Yeah.
White's turn. Sorry. Queen d2.
Queen d2.
Now he's hitting the f4 pawn.
So black avoids that being check.
Rook a2.
Rook a2, just clearing the b file so that he's attacking b5.
Okay.
And then when black goes back to a place where that's defended, then queen takes f4.
And the knight will go to c3. White has improved his position tremendously.
Yes.
It's probably better now, actually.
So a logical setup now would be rook to b4, queen to b2, knight to e3.
Everything on black squares.
Looks watertight.
And what is the rook doing there? Rook f5?
Rook f5, queen d2. So he does that, but doesn't put the rook on b4. He thinks of another way to do things. So he's playing queen. He wants to play queen d3 to g6, but if he plays queen d3 immediately, there was bishop takes f3.
Okay, so queen e2 first.
Queen e2 first.
Hits the pawn.
Rook b7.
And now queen d3.
And now queen goes to
because
d3.
There's no attack on f3.
Yeah. So now he's going back to g6 with the queen, trying to go rook h1. So he's playing for
the attack.
Attack on the
Knight
king
g4.
and not just on b5 pawn.
Now he crashes through. Knight h4 and he's winning.
Rook h1, rook f7. I'm not sure this is winning yet.
3 pieces mate, said Tartagover.
It's much safer for white, as we see black tries to give check and white's safe as houses on g3. But what he will need to do is bring this rook into the action.
Does he need it for the mate? Okay. Well, he uses it now.
He believes so.
Now he
so maybe it was possible to attack with rook h8 check and queen g5.
But rook d2 is very good. He brings the last piece to the attack and cuts off the escape route, and now he's dead.
Rook d2, e4, and
now he goes for the kill.
Okay, what did he want with e4 though?
Defend the e5 square somehow with the queen, or
maybe he wants to swap off the c8 rook. Yeah, he wants to play if black just plays some move. He wants to play like this.
But there's going to be mate as well. I mean,
just to exchange off the defending rook from c8.
That's good.
Yeah.
But it's easier to play check, check, and now rook takes e8 and queen does e5 mate.
Yes, that is
with the rook cutting off. That's dead.
That's a great suggestion.
He's dead. He's dead. It's surprising that the game has lasted so long. So in this position.
So e4 was preventing queen g5 check. That was a reasonable prophylactic decision.
Exactly. That's why he's preventing the check on g5.
And now the bishop comes back to cover that.
Okay, but now it's simply lost. Okay.
White will just
lost the pawn and
clean
continues
up
the attack.
Clean up and an ending if he needs.
Now it's technique. Okay. So he didn't find a winning continuation, but there was no doubt that he was going to win the game.
Yep.
And game over.
And this will be mate in the next
two
moves.
Simon won, but his game wasn't very convincing during the first 30 moves.
No.
After that, he steamrolled the position.
Absolutely.
But his opponent could have played much better at some point.
Probably.
Rook f5, I didn't like that move.
Rook f5 looked very artificial.
He was trying to defend the b5 pawn tactically, but as soon as that was solved, the rook was left on a bad square. And not a good idea. Okay, well, I think we're going to wrap up the round by now. Let's go over the main results. We see that after 4 rounds, the lead of the tournament is David Howell, who has a perfect 4 out of 4 score. And he's followed with 3.5 by Luke McShane, also with 3.5, Grandmaster John Ems. The surprise player of the tournament, John Merriman, with 3.5 out of 4, having defeated 3 very strong players. And also with 3.5 out of 4, we find... No one else with 3.5. So
No, but the draw on board too. So Gawain Jones and Gormally with 3.5 as well.
Okay. Also Gawain Jones and Gormally. So I'm thinking that Howell might play tomorrow against Gawain Jones.
Yeah, that could be the decider.
pairing. That could be the pairing because
if Howell wins,
Howell will go for white forced. He could pick up Gawain Jones, who goes to black. And then we'd have Gormally, McShane, Ems, and Merriman, 4 players with 3.5. 2 of them go to white and 2 of them go to black. So it will probably be McShane taking on John Ems and Gormally taking on Merriman tomorrow with 3.5. And then several pairings with 3 points. So interesting games tomorrow.
Really
Very
interesting
games. Possibly a decisive game with Howell taking on Jones with white. How's the score between these two?
I don't actually know. I was only witness to their last game with those colours, where Howell took on Gawain Jones' Dragon.
Okay.
He played the line with 9 long castling and Queen E1.
Oh, a d5 Queen E1?
Yeah.
Okay. E5? Was it that variation?
I think it was that variation.
Okay. So we might be in for a bit of a treat tomorrow.
We could
with
be
the
in for a dragon.
Okay.
Howell will come to the game prepared, obviously, as he did for that one. Because I don't think he normally plays E4.
But Jones played E5 in the second round, did he?
This may be all
He played the deferred Steinitz, no?
Yeah. But it's not clear whether he would play that against a fellow Super Grandmaster.
Okay. But the dragon is...
Dragon is risky stuff. If Gawain wants to win with black, then he'll be doing that.
There's the other variation against Longcastle, which is to play D5 straight away. But that... I thought it was considered to be slightly better for white.
Yeah, there's some line with where you take the pawn, isn't there? You take the pawn, you go Queen C5, Queen B7, B3, as I recall.
Yeah, that's one line. And the other line is to take on D5, then on C6 and go for Bishop D4, E5, Bishop C5, and then Knight E4, more technically playing.
But I believe Gawain Jones wrote 2 books on the dragon, so...
He is a specialist.
He's a specialist. I'm not sure his books gave white the advantage, obviously, even in those lines. Okay,
so we might see a dragon tomorrow. Not sure it's going to fly over here over Hamburg, but we might see it in Dundaley.
And we'll see some other interesting people on the top boards as well.
Okay, so Gormally is still up there. He played well today. Could have won. It wasn't easy at no point. We haven't actually found a force win for him. But it seemed that he had better chances than what he played in the game.
Yeah, it seemed that G6 may have been a mistake.
And McShane has also played convincingly today against Akami, and tomorrow has the white pieces against Ems. He must be a favourite in that game.
So gone from the top boards will be Hebden, actually.
Hebden's fallen down.
Slightly surprisingly.
Because he lost against Merriman today.
Yeah.
But Merriman played very well. I mean, those 2 pawns, the exchange sacrifice.
Yeah,
he played a very nice game today.
It was all very crisp.
Possibly game of the day.
Possibly.
At least in the top boards. Because, yeah, I like that game a lot today.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll say goodbye to the viewers on YouTube and on the Chess24 channel, and on Chessbase channel. Thank you very much for attending the online commentary. And we hope that tomorrow, the 5th round, will be as exciting as it was the 4th round. And you will be joining us tomorrow.
I'll be joining you tomorrow. I'll be very much looking forward to the top clash, Gawain Jones, David Howell.
Okay.
And I'll see everyone tomorrow, and good night.
And thanking Daniel a lot for his analysis and commentary. and insight in the variations, and also getting to know the players a bit better, because Daniel has had the opportunity of facing them many times in many tournaments in England, and who knows, maybe in the future you'll know more about them after analysing their games here in Hamburg.
That's the plan.
That's the plan. See you later, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.